Testing.
Commissioner O'Donnell, can you hear us?
I can. Can you hear me?
We can hear you. Thank you.
You're welcome.
I know, yeah. No, no. I agree, but
They have to.
we okay? All right. All right. Good morning. We're here for the case number 9704, the Washington Gas Light application for authority to increase its rates and charges for natural gas services. So we'll start by taking appearances.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman. John Dodge appearing on behalf of Washington Gas. In just a second, my colleague will introduce himself, but I'd also like to note the appearance of Robert Kane and Paul Buckley, who will be sponsoring and defending witnesses.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman. Spencer Nichols on behalf of Washington Gas.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman. Susan Stevens Miller on behalf of Chesapeake Climate Action Network.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman. Carolyn Elephant on behalf of Office of People's Counsel. With me here, too, is Juliana Bell, who will be sponsoring witnesses and also addressing certain preliminary matters.
Good morning. Chairman, Commissioners, Kenneth Albert on behalf of staff.
Good morning, Your Honors. I'm Fran Francis, appearing on behalf of the Apartment and Office Building Association of Metropolitan Washington. I would also like to enter the appearance of Excetral K. Caldwell. Thank you.
Good morning, Commissioners. David Shapiro for Maryland Energy Administration. I'm entering my appearance as well as the appearance of Sandra McLemore, Steve Tolson, and Michelle Honig.
Good morning. Lisa Brennan on behalf of Montgomery County, Maryland.
Good morning. Christy Singleton on behalf of General Services Administration, and my co-counsel is with me as well, Kelly Burnell.
And good morning, James McGee with the Law Office of Robert Castro on behalf of Prince George's County, Maryland.
Okay. So, any preliminary matters?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, thank you. I would like to notify the Commission that the company has reached agreement with AOBA so that their only witness, Tim Oliver, will appear first thing tomorrow morning. Happy to answer any questions on that.
No, that's fine. So.
I'd also like to notify the Commission that later today, the company will be filing a motion to strike a portion of staff witness Tesfaye's surrebuttal testimony. We have alerted both staff and staff counsel about this. We would respectfully submit that oral argument be reserved on this until the morning of Mr. Tesfaye's appearance, or as staff seeks to move that testimony into the record.
Your Honor, Fran Francis on behalf of AOBA. Mr. Dodge is correct. We have reached an agreement that Mr. Tim Oliver will take the stand first thing tomorrow morning. However, Mr. Tim Oliver is not our only witness. We do have another witness, Bruce Oliver, who will be appearing later. Thank you.
Alrighty. Okay, so I guess we will see what happens when we see the motion. And with that,
A couple of other matters, if I may, Your Honor. First, I'd like to publicly thank the staff for their offer of printing services and space here at the Commission. Thank you, Mr. Albert, for offering that. Mr. Nichols is now going to address sort of the status of waiving of witnesses. It's not complete, but he'd like to provide a status on that.
okay.
Yes, and thank you, Mr. Chairman. In the interest of expediency, the parties have had some discussion about whose witnesses will not be necessary to make available for cross-examination, and we've communicated that we have several witnesses from staff, some from OPC, and as well as one from an intervener that we are right now no longer are not planning on cross-examining, and we also have a list of several of our witnesses that I believe there's consensus on that do not need to appear, but I wanted to, and I suspect the other OPC and staff might be in the same boat, not being entirely sure if there's consensus on across the board from all interveners and parties to waive those witnesses. So if I may, I would like to offer to the witnesses that I understand the parties agree from Washington Gas that will not need to appear because there is no plan to cross-examine them. And those witnesses are Curry, Bell, Preston, Wagner, and the last I had was Yardley, although one of the interveners just mentioned there may be interest in cross-examining him.
What was the first name?
First name for all the witnesses?
No, the first witness you mentioned.
J.P.R. Curry. He's currently last on our witness list.
Okay, I see. So, does any party want to talk about any of these witnesses that
Mr.
appear to
Chairman,
be?
I just want to point out that at this moment, we do have plans to cross Mr. Yardley.
Okay, all right, so we're keeping him, so, okay. Anybody else?
Your Honor, Juliana Bell for the Office of People's Counsel. We're in the same boat with WGL, but we do believe that most, if not all, the parties have agreed that there is no cross for our witnesses David J. Garrett and James A. Lako.
Who was the second one?
James A. Lako.
Oh, okay, all right. Anybody else? Oh, wait a minute, all right.
Yes, similarly, GSA only has one witness, Dr. Dennis Goins, and I believe we've heard from almost every party that they are not planning on cross-examining him, so we would like to waive his appearance and stipulate.
Okay.
Thank you.
Anything else before we get going?
Yeah, if he wasn't on Ms. Francis's list, I believe the company has agreed to waive cross on Mr. Oliver. I'm not sure about other parties. Excuse me, Mr. Bruce Oliver.
Yeah, I was gonna say, since we got
Thank you,
two.
Mr. Chairman.
Your Honor, we have asked the parties to let us know. However, Mr. Bruce Oliver may have some rejoinder testimony, so he may appear anyway.
Okay.
And we would reserve our right to cross on the rejoinder.
Oh, yeah, sure. Yeah, I understand.
Just one more preliminary matter. We would like to mark and move into evidence for preliminary exhibits, Your Honor.
Sure.
Exhibit number 1, WGL 1, is our Certificate of Publication of Evening Hearings. That was filed with the Commission on September 20th, mail log 305164. The second exhibit would be our application to increase rates. That was filed on May 18th of this year, 305164. WGL Exhibit 3 is our compliance filings filed on that same date, May 18th of 23, 305164. And finally, at this point, WGL Exhibit 4 is our cost allocation manual. That was filed on the same date, May 18th, 23, 30, didn't bring my readers. I think it's 303026. And we would mark them for admission and move their admission into the record.
Any objection? All right, so marked and moved into evidence.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The company will call James Steffes to the stand, please, and we ask that he be sworn.
Yes.
Good morning, Mr. Steffes.
Morning.
By whom you're employed, sir?
Washington Gaslight.
And how long have you been an employee of the company?
Since January of 21.
What is your current position with Washington?
I'm a senior vice president for regulatory public policy.
Do you have with you on the stand a copy of your direct testimony?
I do.
And that was pre-filed in this case, is that correct?
Yes.
Am I correct that your direct testimony consists of 13 pages of narrative questions and answers?
Yes.
Do you have any exhibits to your direct testimony?
I had one exhibit to the direct testimony.
Thank you. Any confidential information in either your direct or exhibits?
No confidential information.
Do you have any corrections to make to your direct or exhibits today?
No.
Do you also have a copy of your rebuttal testimony pre-filed in this case?
Yes, I do.
Is that 25 pages of narrative questions and answers?
Yes, it is.
Is your rebuttal accompanied by any exhibits?
Yes.
Do either your rebuttal testimony or those accompanying exhibits contain any confidential information?
No, they do not.
Do you have any corrections or updates to your rebuttal testimony or exhibits?
No.
If I ask you today the questions contained in your direct and rebuttal testimonies that were pre-filed in this case, would your answers be the same?
Yes, they would.
Do you adopt the direct and rebuttal testimonies as your own in this case?
I do.
Your Honor, at this point, the company would mark the direct testimony and exhibits of James Steffes as WGL 5.
So marked.
And we would mark his rebuttal testimony as WGL 6.
So marked.
And move both for admission, please.
Any issues? So admitted.
Thank you. The witness is available for cross.
Okay, CCAN.
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you. I have a few questions. Good morning, Mr. Steffes. How are you today?
I'm well. How are you?
All right. I just have a few questions for you. If you could turn to page 10 of your direct testimony.
Yes, ma'am.
This is the section where you talk about Washington Gas value drivers, is that correct?
In the middle of the page, I begin that conversation.
Well, under, down where it says corporate social responsibility, at lines 21 through kind of 22, I have to admit my lines don't match up very well, but the statement is this encompasses safety and environmental. Environmental what? I mean, I have to admit that looks like something's missing, or could you explain what's meant by environmental there?
As a company, we have environmental obligations. We typically call it environmental health and safety. So, dealing with the products that we have and making sure that we dispose of anything or deal with anything in that regard. It's more an EH&S conversation there. Environmental health and safety.
Thank you. On the next page, where you talk about emerging ecosystems, down around line 9. Have you found that?
Yes.
Okay. What does WGL mean by emerging ecosystems? Or do they mean ecosystems?
We mean there, as the company continues to evolve in meeting new needs of our customers and our communities, one of the things we're thinking about is trying to find forward steps that we can take, both short term and longer term, to address and meet the public policy obligations that we have. And so as it says there, sort of towards line 11 and 12, thinking about innovative RNG, renewable natural gas, in energy efficiency programs.
In the line above that, it says government incentives that will enhance our existing low carbon footprint. Is that to be read that WGL believes that it currently has a low carbon footprint?
We believe that, and we work every day to make sure we have as small footprint as possible.
And in that same sentence, it says enhance our existing low carbon footprint. What does WGL mean by enhance?
Well, to the points below, to do new things and to do things better than we're doing them today, such that we even have a less of a footprint in the future.
This section also states work to maximize, my apologies, opportunities for government incentives. Are the strategies, plans, or activities designed to enhance your low carbon footprint limited to those actions for which government incentives are available?
No, but if there are government incentives, I think we would want to take every advantage on behalf of our customers to deliver them.
What government incentives is WGL currently pursuing?
Well, most recently we were pretty active in the hydrogen hub conversation in Mid-Atlantic, and unfortunately that was not, this part of the world didn't get one of those hydrogen hubs, but that was one. But we look at every opportunity that we can think of that has come out in recent legislation around the IRA and the IIJA.
And what strategies, plans, or activities that don't involve government incentives is the company currently pursuing?
RNG, for instance, is one example. A number of other, certified gas, we've tried to do that as well. We're doing that now. Energy efficiency, arguably, is there incentives or not, but either way, engaging customers. So it's a range of options and alternatives, but also just the operating activities that we do every day to provide safe and reliable service.
Can I ask you to turn to the attachment JDS-1?
Yes, ma'am.
Under strategy, it says garner support for increased investment in our core assets. What steps is the company taking to do that, or planning to take to do that?
Where did you see it?
I'm sorry, if you look at the block that says strategy.
Yes, ma'am.
And then go over to the right, in the second paragraph, it says engage our customers and stakeholders to highlight our critical infrastructure and garner support for increased investment in our core assets.
Right. We do that every day in terms of community outreach and community engagement, regulatory outreach, public policy outreach, ensuring that people see the value of our reliable energy infrastructure, and making sure that people recognize that continuing the safe and reliable operation is a value to our community and our customers.
Could I ask you to turn to your rebuttal testimony, please?
Sure. Let me get there. Hold on one second.
Sure.
Okay, I'm there.
If you first could go to the attachments. Now, I don't believe these are numbered, page number wise, but it's after staff DR 1520 and after the scorecard results for 2018 through 2019. It's actually PDF page 50, but that may not be the pages you have, where it says 2020 utility value drivers overview.
Okay. So in my response 4, is that, yeah. Okay. I have do you want to look at a specific DR or?
Yeah, it's the top line is 2020 utility value drivers overview. And it has a page 1 on the bottom.
I believe it's page 5 of exhibit
Page 5.
JDSR4.
Okay. Page 5 of 30. 7, 6, 5. Let me just open. It's tilted the wrong way.
For some reason, the numbers weren't on the
So
copy in the
this
copy.
says to make sure 2020 utility value drivers overview.
That's correct.
Yes, ma'am. Okay.
Under utility strategy, the specific strategy mentioned there is to achieve WGL's allowed ROE in each jurisdiction. Is that correct?
That's what it says.
For 2020, there was no emerging ecosystem value driver. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Do you know when WGL added the emerging ecosystem driver?
In 2021, I believe we added it.
If you go to page 2022 utility values drivers year-end results. I think it's not the next page, but the page after that.
Oh yes. So I have it as page 7 of 30. If you're asking me, 2022 utility value drivers year-end results.
That's correct.
Yes, ma'am.
For the emerging ecosystem, WGL value driver was rated Success Plus Plus. What specifically did the company do to achieve that rating?
I'm going back to 2022 to remember. Let me see if I have something that could help me with that. So inside of our the value drivers, the details. So if you look at page 28 of 30 on 2022, we had 2 sort of subcategories under that value driver: carbon reduction strategy and energy efficiency. So when we think about our operations, generically, we think about how we can support its infrastructure and operations, sourcing and supply, end use and energy efficiency, and transportation. Those are the 4 large buckets of activity that we're thinking about as we move forward. But here we had 2 subcategories in emerging ecosystem: carbon reduction and energy efficiency. in some of the KPIs that we looked at related to certified gas, which we achieved, we exceeded on. Certified gas is gas acquired, typically, if you think about it, at the well pad, and we're buying gas that is certified to have a lower sort of impact at the well pad because the operator has done something, is tracking methane or other leaks. The other 2 points related to greenhouse gas emissions reductions. So we were, coming from energy efficiency. There, the 22 result was 60,000 tons of carbon dioxide equivalent, which exceeded, and then we had energy efficiency and revenues. And so part of it is for energy efficiency. Are we helping those customers find us, and we can find them to deliver more energy efficiency across the footprint? And in all of those categories, against the metrics we had established at the beginning of 2022, we had exceeded, and that's why I think you find a success plus in that category.
Can I ask you some follow-up questions on the certified gas? The certified gas is a program done by, I believe you said MIQ in either your testimony or another witness's testimony, where they create standards that they believe are good standards for gas production. And then they go out to the production facilities and see if they meet those standards. And if they do, they give them they call it certified gas. But it doesn't really change the gas itself. Is that correct?
The CH4 molecule is still a CH4 molecule that our customers are utilizing.
Yeah. So if once it leaves that production facility and goes longer in the supply chain, that supply chain hasn't been certified, so it's still the same kind of methane efforts as was before the production company got certified. Isn't that correct?
Yes.
And WGL's system itself is not certified. Is that correct?
For the purpose of this, no.
And MIQ is a nonprofit. Do you know where they get their funding from?
I do not.
Okay, and then the next page I'd like you to look at is a few ways in. It's labeled proprietary and confidential, but I believe it's in the public.
Under my testimony?
Yeah, it's 2023 Utilities Value Driver Scorecard. It says proprietary and confidential on it, but I checked with council and they said it was not confidential.
You don't have the reference point, do you? They are.
I believe it's page 8 of JDS R4.
The 2023 value, yes, ma'am. Okay, I'm looking at. Page 8, yes, ma'am.
Looking again at your emerging ecosystem, essentially, there are two specific things that WGL had to do for success. The landfill interconnection and the hydrogen hub. And for both of those, in order to be viewed as success, you just had to file to achieve approval of those. Is that correct? Can you see where I'm
Yes. So, the success for low carbon gas was, so PwC in that note is Prince William County, and I'm being sensitive about, but yes, there's a large landfill in Prince William County, Virginia, that is considering how it would provide RNG, and 2 RNG agreements, meaning that are we building a pipeline of other RNG production activities? That would be success. And you're right, in the second success bucket, it's submit the application for the Clean Hydrogen Hub program, which the DOE just announced, I think, a week or 2 ago. And unfortunately, the Mid-Atlantic wasn't awarded one.
Thank you. Can we go back to your actual rebuttal testimony?
Sure.
And luckily here, I believe I have page numbers. If you go to page 2, line 22 to 23, you refer to the commission gas planning proceeding. And I think you refer to it in some other places in your testimony, and other WGL witnesses have referred to it. Am I to interpret from that WGL is supporting the commission instituting a proceeding to look at specific gas planning issues?
Well, I'm glad that the commission is considering a range of issues. For instance, this historical test year rate case, which relates to our 22 spending, but absolutely getting more facts around how we're going to address as a community and an industry and energy industry the goals of Maryland and the goals of our customers makes a lot of sense to me.
Your Honor, at this time I'd like to pass out CCAN Exhibit 1.
Okay.
Thank you. Okay. This is WGL's response to CCAN question number 3-3. And you were the sponsor of this answer, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am, I am.
Okay. The question asks, does WGL follow Sustainable Accounting Standards Board standards? And the response is that AltaGas 2022 ESG update is prepared with reference to the voluntary ESG reporting frameworks. What I'd like to ask you is, does WGL itself follow the SASB standards?
Well, I will say this. I'm not an accountant. I would have to say that, our answer was related to the ESG framework. So I'm a SASB level 2 candidate, but I'm not sure. I answered, I'm not sure. I'm not an accountant.
Now I'd like to hand out CCAN exhibit.
Counsel,
2.
did I miss, is there a number?
Oh, that should be 1. I always leave it blank in case something happens before I.
Gotcha.
This would be CCAN exhibit 2, and it is another data request from CCAN to WGL. It was question number 3-4, and I believe you were also the sponsor of this response. Is that correct?
Yes.
And in this, WGL is asked if it prepares periodic reports of compliance with or achievement against the SASB standards. Response is that AltaGas ESG reporting cycle includes publishing a comprehensive report on a biannual basis with performance updates. What I would like to know is, does WGL provide information to AltaGas to inform that report?
To inform which report?
To inform the AltaGas ESG report that's referred to in your answer.
Yes.
Who would be responsible for providing that information to AltaGas?
From WGL?
Yes.
I think it's a number of people. If I recall the ESG report, there'd be a number of different departments that would provide information to the AltaGas team that assembles that report.
Thank you. My understanding of WGL's application is that it's requesting inclusion of some GHG-related program costs in the revenue requirement. Is that correct?
Can you specifically refer to me which programs?
I just have a generic question, so if you can't answer the generic question without knowing the programs, that's fine.
If you identify the programs, I'd be happy to discuss
Certified
them.
gas, the energy
certified
efficiency, energy efficiency,
The energy efficiency programs are under Empower here in Maryland.
the potential fleet of 4 fuel cell vehicles.
And I'm not sure your question.
Okay, I haven't gotten to the question.
Okay. Well, you asked me a question. I think, anyway, yeah.
I just asked what was in your application.
Okay.
So, did you or anyone else at WGL provide testimony regarding the overall GHG emissions of the WGL gas system?
I do not believe that we provide that information in this application.
Has WGL analyzed or studied the effects or possible effects of electrification on its gas system?
No.
So the company hasn't modeled any decreases in its system size over 5, 10, or 15 years?
No. Not in Maryland.
Does WGL believe it will ever stop selling gas to retail customers?
No.
That's all I have, Your Honor. And I'd like to move exhibits CKM 1 and 2 into.
Okay. So admitted. Office of People's Counsel.
Good morning. Good morning, Mr. Steffes. My name is Carolyn Elephant. I'm with the Office of People's Counsel, and I have a couple of questions for you about your testimony.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, let me just get my folder out. So I wanted to turn your attention first to your testimony your direct testimony at page 6. And let me get there myself. So you offered in page 6 of your direct testimony, you offered 3 data points of how Washington Gas delivers value to its customers. Is that correct?
Yeah, I highlighted 3 points that, relate to our value to our customers.
Yes, and one of those points was point 2, which had to do with responding to emergency calls. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
So now your testimony, are you aware that Washington Gas was subject to a civil penalty for customer service violations, including failing to timely respond to emergency calls?
Do you have a specific? Yes, I'm aware that we had a penalty of around $1.1 million, subject to check. I think that came out in 22 for 21 performance.
Yes, that would have been Order 90018, and it's cited in some of the testimony that we filed. Does that sound about right?
The order number I'll have to. Yeah, I didn't keep that in the top of my head.
So when you identified this value driver, this point of delivering value to customers, it was during the time that you were under this civil penalty order and required to remediate those violations. Is that right? The right time frame?
This testimony related to 2022's performance against our emergency call.
Right, and so during that time period of 2022, you were under the requirements of the civil penalty order and working towards remediation as a result of that order. Is that right?
In 2022, our emergency service levels, except for January, were all of us above 95%.
Right. And is it fair to say that you were required to do that as a result of that civil penalty, being under that civil penalty order? You were required to come into compliance. Isn't that right?
Yes.
Okay. So now let's turn to your rebuttal testimony at page 15.
Rebuttal? My rebuttal?
Yes, your rebuttal testimony at page 15. Let me get there too.
Okay.
Trying to
I'm
do
here.
away with paper, and it's still not quite as efficient. So at page 15 on your rebuttal, do you see towards the bottom you discuss different value drivers? You're discussing some of the value drivers in response to OPC witness James Lako's testimony. That's at page 15, lines 18 through 25, where the discussion starts, and your rebuttal testimony.
I see that, yes, ma'am.
Okay, yes. And just for some context, in terms of what you were responding to, as far as you recall, OPC witness Lako recommended a 20% disallowance of the company's short-term incentive costs. Is that what do you recall his testimony making that recommended disallowance?
Yeah, as I say in the question, that's my read of his recommendation, is that he claims one of the company's value drivers is not customer focused.
Exactly. So is it your now, and Mr. Lako based his testimony, Mr. Lako's testimony, in Mr. Lako's testimony, he specifically identified the value driver that had to do with regulatory and policy value driver. Is that what you recall?
Yes, ma'am.
And is it your position that the regulatory and value driver benefits consumers? Is that was your position in your testimony?
Yes, it does.
Okay, so let's turn to page 8 of JDS R4 on the value drivers. I think this is the one we were,
The 2023 or
the
2022?
2023 value drivers.
Okay, the 2023 value driver?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, and let's take a look at the box that says regulatory and public policy.
Yes.
And so one of those value drivers that you identified as benefiting consumers is executing rate cases. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and it's your position that executing rate cases is a value to customers?
A financially strong and stable utility, which is done only through a rate case because we're a fully regulated utility, yes, is the way we ensure that we're strong and stable enough to provide safe and reliable service and address the other issues that are critical.
Now, just asking you in colloquial terms, because this is a public hearing, do you think there's any customer anywhere who would view a rate case and a rate increase as a benefit to them?
Yes.
Okay. Now, let me ask you about this value driver and the measure of it accounts for 15% of this scorecard. Is that right?
Which
The regulatory and public policy execute rate cases.
Yes, ma'am. The 23 value driver scorecard is 15% on execute rate cases.
And is that 15%? Would you deem that 15%? Does that value driver depend upon the outcome of the rate case? If Washington Gas wins the rate case or receives the rate increase that it asked for, would that be marked as a benefit to consumers?
Well, I don't know. I don't know what it means to win a rate case. What we would like to do is have a commission issue a fair and fair opportunity for us to operate and recover our cost and manage our business, and to do that with a timely set of revenues.
I guess what I'm trying to get at is, do you consider that value driver to have been met just by virtue of executing the rate case, irrespective of what the outcome is?
Well, no, of course the outcome would matter, that we have adequate revenues to support our customers' needs.
So if the rate case were to result in a reduction in rates, would you deem that value driver not to have been met?
I would say again, if the commission issued a decision that was balanced based on precedent, based on the facts in the hearing, based on the law, and the revenues needed to go down, then we would say that was a success. I think in this case, specifically based on the facts that we presented, the right movement would be revenues would go up.
Now, is it your position, let's see if I have, okay, now let's look at the other criteria on these regulatory value drivers. You also have, as exceeds, one of the items in there is a non-precedential decision received in a DC in a DC case. Can you explain what you mean by that?
Sure. In DC, we've had a case that's gone on for a number of months. DC, different than Maryland, doesn't have a time scale for its rate proceedings. But we also have some policy objectives. One of the things that we filed, for instance, in DC was something we called the Climate Action Recovery Tariff. So in DC, we know they have a docket 1167, and they're asking, what can you do, Washington Gas, to continue drive down this emerging ecosystem? So one of the non-presidential decisions would be to receive permission to have this rate item, the Climate Action Recovery Tariff, and allow us to have an ongoing annual conversation with the commission so that we could do different things that could potentially lower the greenhouse gases of the business. So we would like to see that. So on an exceeds basis, we would like to see the commission give us that authority and move forward. And that's what I'm talking about. The other big one is our climate progress adjustment, which would allow us to ensure that as customers take advantage of our energy efficiency programs, the revenues are proportionate and balanced to our needs to continue to provide safe and reliable service.
Now, those goals that you just met, are those part of the regulatory and policy value driver, or is that part of another one of the value drivers on the scorecard? That second.
The climate progress adjustment?
Yes.
That was another potentially non-precedential decision in DC.
Okay.
The CART, the Climate Action Recovery Tariff, again, allowing us to accelerate activities and accelerate recovery of things that would motivate us and drive us to reduce greenhouse gases, which DC also has a goal to. And then the climate progress adjustment would be to align our business with our customers' interests.
But authorizations that you receive in DC don't necessarily directly benefit Maryland customers, do they?
Well, sure they would. I mean, because we operate across the system. You know, this is one of the things about operating in a multi-jurisdictional environment. When we learn things from our DC business, just like when we learn things from other utilities, those are things we can bring to Maryland and benefit our customers with. If we understand how energy efficiency works in a dense environment like DC, we can go to parts of our service territory that are dense. When we learn how our trucks are repowering our Bloom box at our Springfield Center, the energy that Bloom Blocks provides energy to Springfield, which provides workspace for employees that work on Maryland matters or DC matters. Again, the uniqueness of our business is that we learn in Maryland, and that helps our customers in DC. We learn in Virginia, and that helps our customers, elsewhere.
So now I just want to be clear as a reminder for the context. These value drivers are the basis of you being able to recover from ratepayers short-term incentive compensation. Is that right?
Well, the 22 rate drivers, but this is for 23. We haven't scored ourselves for 23 yet because we're still in the operating here.
But as a general matter, value drivers are the basis. There's a rate effect to value drivers, isn't that right? Because short-term incentive compensation for which you seek recovery from ratepayers is based on whether you achieve these value drivers. Is that correct?
Yes.
And is it Washington Gas that has the sole discretion for determining whether value drivers have been met?
Management proposes in the board, the Washington Gas Light Board of Directors would ultimately agree if we met the right terms. They agree with us on setting them, and then on did we score ourselves appropriately.
So when you come before the commission to recover short-term incentive compensation and rates from customers, it's based on value drivers that you, Washington Gas, determine what were met or not. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, for 2023, there's another value driver, execute APRP extensions. It's another item within the regulatory and public policy set of drivers on the 2023 value driver card.
Is there, is it, is
I'm-
that a I mean,
Yeah, I'm asking you
Okay.
if that's to just acknowledge that
Okay,
that is
yes.
another one of the factors, the pipeline replacement extensions.
yes, ma'am.
And are those the same pipeline replacement extensions that are paid for currently by the STRIDE program?
In Maryland, by the Stride and Pipes in DC. Yes, ma'am.
So one of your value drivers on which you base short-term incentive compensation is, and that's recovered in rates, is currently paid for through a surcharge, a STRIDE surcharge by ratepayers. Is that right?
Well, the I'm not sure if I followed your question.
Okay. Well, let me ask you this. How would you deem whether executing those pipeline extensions is a value driver that you've met?
If in fact we execute them and we have an extension before the end of the year.
Okay, so you would deem the value driver met if you're taking advantage of the STRIDE program and completing those extensions?
If we're accelerating recovery of riskier pipeline, yes, we believe that continuing that program makes a significant amount of sense for our customers. That's in a different docket before this commission.
Okay. All right, let's go to page 27, line 13 of your rebuttal testimony. Let me get there myself.
I apologize. Could you repeat the page number?
I'm sorry, it's page 27, line 13.
Of the rebuttal. I think I
Oh, no, I'm
established that.
sorry. Okay, yes, it is the rebuttal testimony, but I have to get there. Or was it the, oh no, it's the direct.
Yeah, this only goes to 25.
Oh, I'm sorry, it's your direct testimony.
In my direct testimony?
Yeah, I'm sorry about that.
Sure, no problem. What page again? My direct goes to page 13, I think.
Okay, wait, let me just, I'm sorry, just
It-
give me a second, let
no
me
problem.
find the reference. Can I- Sorry. Let me just try something else here. Well, let me ask if you remember this. Do you remember in your testimony where you said that Washington Gas has moved away from financial performance metrics to to this value driver approach? Let me see if I can find the reference.
I think that, what if I look at my rebuttal, if I'm
Yes.
trying to,
Yeah, I'm trying to find
I
where.
think it's on page 18. We did respond to a DR, and it was in DR 1525. Hence on line 3 of page 18. Hence these value drivers and most of their metrics. And again, this is our customer based. Is that what you're referring to?
Okay, I found it. It's on page 22.
Okay.
Page 22. I'm sorry,
Yeah, sure.
everybody.
No, it's
Page
okay.
22, line 16 to
Okay.
17. So you were asked a question, has the company's value drivers moved away from financial performance metrics and more towards customer benefits?
Yes, ma'am.
And your response is yes, and you explained?
Yes, ma'am. On line 16, I explained.
Right. Now, isn't it true that when short-term incentive compensation is based on financial performance or financial drivers, generally it's this commission's policy not to permit its recovery in rates? Is that right?
Well, I'm not an attorney, and I will state that for the record.
Okay.
I did go for one night and quit. But then,
Smart move.
but I understand that is the precedent of this commission.
Okay. And you've moved away towards this system of relying on value drivers that benefit customers, and your position is that because those value drivers benefit customers, they can be recovered in rates. Is that right?
Again, I'm not an attorney, but my understanding is that the focus should be on our customers, which we believe all of our 22 value drivers were customer focused, and therefore that STI should be recoverable in rates.
So I guess what my question is did the company move away from relying on financial drivers to these value drivers in order to be able to recover a larger portion of short-term incentive compensation in rates from customers?
Well, we absolutely want to have our value drivers align with our customers today, because that's, I think, the right way to run our business. So it's yes, and the fact that the precedent's there.
So essentially the effect, if not the intent, of moving from reliance on financial performance indicators as a basis for short-term incentive compensation to a value driver-based methodology is that you can recover a larger portion of short-term incentive compensation from ratepayers.
As we direct through our value drivers, our enterprise down to an employee level, let's do these things which are customer focused. We absolutely believe that, therefore, as a part of total compensation, that should be recovered.
Okay. Let's go to your rebuttal testimony at, okay, just wait a second, let me get there. Okay, we're going to turn to your rebuttal testimony at page 2, lines 2 to 25. Let me get there. Actually, have a look at that.
This rebuttal, page
Yes.
2? Okay.
Okay, and so in your rebuttal testimony at around 2 to 25, you say that many of the gas planning issues raised by OPC and other parties are best addressed in the 9707 docket. Is that right?
I say that on line 23, yes, ma'am. Well, I say that really on top of page 3, is it should be addressed in that proceeding and not in the context of a Washington Gas historical test year 2022 historical test year rate case.
Now, the two dockets aren't mutually exclusive as far as you understand, is that right?
I'm not an attorney, so the commission has discretion, to take advice, I'm guessing, on every matter, but they are, I guess, separate legally. They're two different numbers.
Okay. So the commission could address these issues in this docket if it wanted to. It's not required to wait till 9707. Would you agree with that?
Objection, Your Honor, calls for a legal conclusion.
Yeah, well, I'm going to sustain the
Okay.
objection.
All right. Let's turn to page 3 of your rebuttal at line 14 to 15. Oh, actually, wait, I have 2 exhibits I'm just going to give out before I get to that. just going to give them both out at once. It's two exhibits. Yeah. One of each one. Oh, can I get 12? Yeah, thanks. Oh no, I need the other one. I'm sorry, 6. Okay. When people receive them, we'll be marking OPC data request 6-1 as OPC Exhibit 1, and OPC data request 12-4 is going to be marked as Exhibit 2. And I'll just wait until they have been distributed. Yes, so OPC data request number 6, question 6-1, will be OPC Exhibit 1. And then OPC data request 12-4 is going to be OPC Exhibit 2. And Mr. Steffes, do you have a copy of the exhibit?
6-1 and 12-4
Okay.
from OPC. Yes, ma'am.
Right, so yes, so I wanted to, again, turn your attention to page 3 of your rebuttal testimony around lines 14 to 15, where you say, you criticize OPC witness Colin Fitzhenry's estimates that gas usage is going to decline. Is that a rough approximation of your testimony?
I think I say he paints a misleading picture of the company's business is my quote.
Okay, so very good, very good. So if you can take a look at the what's been marked as OPC 1, which is the company's data request, to OPC data request 6-1.
Yes, ma'am.
You were asked in this question whether you were asked to provide copies of analyses, documents, and other studies prepared by the company that examine or forecast expected gas usage over the next 30 years. Is that what was requested?
Yes.
And in response, Washington Gas said you have no such analyses. Is that correct?
Yes.
So you criticized Mr. Fitzhenry's predictions of declining gas use, yet you don't have any forecasts or analyses out 30 years that you've done that would serve as a basis for critiquing his charts. Is that right?
Well, I criticized it because I looked at the data in EIA, and he picked an interesting year, 2018, to start his analysis, which was, of course, a very cold year. If you look back at 2017, in fact, it would have painted a very different picture. And then, of course, most of the growth that I think he references in the 7.2 relates mainly to power generation. So I think I criticized it because I think it was not a robustly done analysis that you can draw an inference and draw some kind of regression, simple regression without, and I think our other witnesses to that. That was my comment, because the only other thing we do know is that we continue to grow our customers, and I think that we continue to see customers desiring to take our service.
So essentially, you criticized his analysis, but Washington Gas doesn't have its own analysis you criticized his analysis based on statistics and other analytical review of the study, but Washington Gas doesn't have its own studies to refute Mr. Fitzhenry's predictions,
We
do
just
they?
have that ongoing customer interest in our product and service.
Okay. Now let me ask you this question. Does Washington Gas engage in long-term resource planning?
Define long term?
Does Washington Gas from time to time analyze what its resource needs would be out 5 years, 10 years, 15 years?
Specifically about which resource, I guess, just to be clear.
Does it do an analysis of how much gas it will need to supply customers in the near term, the midterm, the long term? Does it evaluate whether those needs might change based on customer preferences, other types of regulatory changes that are taking place in an environment, just all of the elements that one might take into account or that a prudent utility would take into account in assessing how to best serve its customers and the state where they're located?
Your Honor, I'm going to object to the form of the question. There's about 4 questions built into one.
The witness had asked for an explanation.
I understand, but why don't you kind of break it up? Because it was a little conjunctive.
Okay, I was just trying to give a
I understand,
background. So, does Washington Gas assess what types of customer needs there will be for gas over the next 5-year planning period?
I think we generally look at 5 years as we set our business.
And does Washington Gas forecast what its gas needs will be for customers over a 10-year period?
I think from a system planning standpoint, subject to check, I'm not the chief engineer, I don't run system planning, but I do think that there's an analysis over the next 10 years for system planning purposes.
Okay. If you can take a look at what's been marked as OPC Exhibit 2. And this is a data request 12-4. Do you agree that this exhibit reflects the forecast of natural gas sales that you've prepared out through 2028?
It looks like this is the growth in new meters 24 to 28 Maryland and Washington Gas Light system-wide.
Okay, and so a forecast of meters is not necessarily indicative of a forecast of gas sales. Is that correct?
Of total volumes, no. They'd have to go through to know what the volumes are associated with each meter.
And do you know whether this forecast reflects, takes into account meters that will be installed in Montgomery County, Maryland?
I'm not sure. It says Maryland. I didn't respond to this data request, so I'm not sure.
Okay. Do you know whether are you aware that Montgomery County has enacted a bill that bans gas as a source of heat in new buildings starting in 2026?
I know that they're proposing regulations now related to a bill that the council passed.
And do you know whether this forecast for new meters takes that type of policy goal into account?
I don't know if their planning took that into account.
Okay. I don't have any further questions for the witness.
Reoba.
Oh, I'm sorry. I wanted to move in the OPC Exhibit 1 and Exhibit 2.
So admitted.
No questions, Your Honor.
Okay. GSA. Wait a minute.
Doesn't have any cross-examination.
Okay. Montgomery County. Prince George's County. Maryland Energy Administration.
No questions.
Staff.
No questions.
Questions from the commissioners. Commissioner O'Donnell.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Steffies,
Hi, Chairman. Hi, Commissioner. How are you?
good morning. Let's take you to page 3 of your application.
Of my testimony, the application.
Actually, it's your testimony
Okay.
about the application.
Yes.
Correct, and it says in lines 13 through 18 that although you're sticking in for 49.4 million, not really, because the rate increase includes 21 million of stride. Well, that seems like I want you to explain this when I get done asking my question, because it seems like a bit of a sleight of hand there in those numbers, in that that 21 million from stride was not in base rates. It was being collected by the surcharge.
Yes.
And now this case is moving it into base rates. So it's increasing base rates. So you can reset your surcharge to 0. But you say it's not. It doesn't count. It's not really a base rate increase. Well, I maintain it is.
Well, I mean, I say we're increasing base rates by 49.4 on lines 13 and 14. And then I simply just seek to remind the commission, yes, the base rates will go up 49.4 million as we file direct. From a customer standpoint, 21 of that 40 or 20.9, 21 million of that is already on customer bills today. So I mean, we say an annual base rate increase of 49.4, Commissioner. And then I just want to, it's just a reminder that yes, a significant piece of this is already on the customer's bills
It's
today.
a sleight of hand. Listen to me. On page, on line 17 through 18, it says the incremental amount of the increase in base rates is therefore only 28 point. It doesn't say only, my word, is 28.4 million. Well, that's not true. The incremental.
I think a better way I should have said that.
Excuse me.
Oh,
it's
sorry.
49.4 million.
The line 18, the incremental amount of increase on the customer's bills would be 28.4. So I take your point, Commissioner.
No, it's not true, because it's no longer going to be a surcharge. It's going to be base rate.
No, I'm agreeing on line 18, the incremental amount of the increase in base rates.
Well, how much of this kind of fancy sleight of hand stuff am I going to see throughout this case?
I hope none.
I hope so too. Because that, to me, that's just that's a misstatement of the truth. Excuse me, with all due respect, I'm sure there was no malice intended, but an unstatement of the truth with regard to how much base rates are going up.
No, and again, I would just, on line 13, the annual base rate increase is $49.4 million. And
then you go on to kind of minimize it further on in that paragraph. And it's the minimization I have a problem with.
Appreciate that.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
So I made a mistake. I forgot to give the company a chance for redirect. So why don't we turn to them first before we deal with two of us?
Thank you, Your Honor. I do have limited redirect for the witness.
Fine. Sure.
Mr. Steffes, you engaged in a conversation with the attorney from CCAN about value drivers. Is that correct?
Yes.
And specifically, you had a conversation about emerging ecosystem results related to 2022 activities. Is that correct?
Yes.
You used a phrase KPI. Could you tell the commission what KPI
Oh, I'm
stands
sorry.
for?
Key performance indicator.
Thank you very much. You had a conversation with counsel from OPC also on value drivers. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And counsel asked if executing a rate case, as you used that in your testimony, meant that WGLC wins. Do you remember that conversation?
I remember the conversation about wins.
And I believe counsel asked, or nearly asked, what happens if the commission reduces our rates or revenue requirement? Do you remember that?
Yes.
Are you aware of this company's filing before this commission in the wake of the Tax Cut and Jobs Act of 2017?
I am aware of that.
What was the result of that?
My understanding, and again, is that we reduced rates proportionate to that tax cut.
Would that be the balance that you were referring to in your conversation with the OPC attorney?
Yes.
That's all I have, Your Honor. Thank you.
So, Commissioner O'Donnell, any follow-up questions other than the one you just asked, based on what you heard?
No, Mr. Chairman, thank you.
Commissioner Sussman.
Good morning, Mr. Steffies.
Morning.
WGL chose to use a historical test year for its rate case as opposed to opting for the multi-year forecasted case. Is that correct?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. And I'd like to turn to your direct testimony on page 5, lines 1 through 4, which you lay out that you're using 2022 for your historical test year, but then you're also using the period forecasted through August of this year.
Yes, ma'am. For stride related plant.
Right. And why are you using a forecasted period in your plan?
It's my understanding that a precedent of the commission, based on prior cases, for stride related plant is to bring the plant up to effectively this hearing, where we can, because it's known and measurable.
Okay,
so we're doing work today.
So
and
that 8-month period, and it's not, I mean, the precedent is 6 months, but
Yes.
whether it's 6 or 8. So that 8-month period, all of those costs are known and measurable.
Yes.
Okay, so there isn't anything forecasted in that is not known and measurable as of this moment.
Not that I'm aware of, but I would check with my
Okay.
chief regulatory accountant to make sure that there's nothing. I just want to make sure I'm not.
Yeah, no, I would appreciate that.
Yeah, I mean that I would want to make sure that we get that right.
Okay.
Yeah.
In questioning by OPC counsel, you talked about short-term incentive costs, and there's a fair amount of testimony about both short-term and long-term incentive costs, both from OPC and from staff. I'd like you to explain to me what the purpose of both short-term, I know that she was only talking about short-term, but I'd also like to talk about long-term incentive costs. What's the point of the pot, this pot of money, and the basis for your asking for recovery of those costs?
Yes. So in as we work every day, I mean we to attract and retain talented people to provide services for our customers, we think about the total compensation of how do we motivate, how do we align, how do we get them working towards the goals that we establish for our customers, to serve our customers safely and reliably. And so that's part of the total compensation, part of the arrangement to attract and retain people is to offer them a series of things, salary, short-term incentives, long-term incentives, that can drive them to take appropriate actions for today and for tomorrow. And that's why short-term, of course, is much narrower. Short-term incentive is based on annualized direction from the board through management to the company. Long-term incentive is aligning to make sure that our customers, that we're doing good things all of the time for our customers, and we're taking the long-term interest for them and with them to do things that otherwise may not get done.
It seems to me that is what you as a company should be doing. And so I'm trying to understand, maybe you can explain to me why we should give you additional money to perform the functions you should be performing as a regulated utility. So explain to me
Yeah.
why that's not just part of business as usual. I mean, to me, performing reliably, performing good customer service. I mean, that should be what you should be striving to do. That should be the bare minimum.
Yeah,
And
it's
so
not
I'm trying-
additional. I mean, STI and LTI are not additional. It's part of the total compensation arrangement. It's market driven. Again, we're trying to create an environment that is comparable to other marketplace players. I can only say from my personal experience, it's very comparable to the market.
Well,
and
but,
so,
but OPC and staff think it is additional. So explain to me why it's not
well, it's
additional.
not. I mean, from my personal perspective, the total compensation is what I consider. It's not additional. It's how I find value. It's also the reason we do it from the short term is as we hear from our customers, as we see what the market desires, how we ask people to do a little bit better every year, right? How do we set those key performance indicators? How do we set those measurements? Hey, can we do this a little bit better this year? Can we operate a little bit more efficiently on behalf of our customers this year? So it's motivating people to do a little bit more every year, as almost every enterprise I understand in the market does. And so it's not additional, and I just it's a part of the total package, because otherwise you could just simply say, okay, Mr. Stephens, you just get this base salary.
But why isn't the base salary part of an expectation that you're going to do a good job?
It is.
So,
It is just like STI and LTI are part of doing a good job. But we motivate. We have additional capacity to motivate. But it's not an additional. It's not additional funding.
But there is. But you can pull it out of the. I mean, OPC and staff were able to quantify an amount. So
Yeah.
it must be separate from your salary, your other kinds of compensation. Where is it reflected in what you're proposing? I'm assuming it's
Yeah.
a separate line item.
Well, all of our costs are broken out. Again, the regulatory accountant. I mean, we of course will track those dollars separately.
So why isn't that just part of how you pay your people?
It is part of how we pay our people.
But you're treating it as a special. It's kind of like a performance incentive. You perform well, and we're going to give you extra money. And I'm trying to understand why that isn't just part of what you're supposed to be doing.
Again, part of giving us, it's not extra money. It's so when I think about, and all of our employees think about their total compensation to deliver value for our customers, we create an environment, and our total compensation. Tom Bergam is here and will be able to discuss if we need him to. But when you think about motivating and driving teams in a marketplace, this is how we can allow our customer-focused value drivers to come to fruition, and we motivate that way.
But if they don't meet certain criteria, they don't meet certain deliverables, they don't get compensated. Is that correct?
Then it is a performance based on that component. Yes.
Okay, so they do have their base salary and whatever, and then this is sort of. I guess I'm just trying to. I'm struggling with the notion that you shouldn't just be doing excellence. I mean, I'm not getting a performance driver for doing what I'm doing. I'm just this is my job, and I'm trying to understand why you think it's okay for customers to be paying for their costs of gas and then giving you extra money because you're doing what you should be doing in the first place.
It's not extra money. Again, it's a part of the total compensation. As we have a conversation with our employees, we're saying, here's how we would like to motivate you to continue to improve and continue to drive value for our customers. And I personally think you should get an incentive compensation model, Commissioner.
I don't know how to do that.
And if we need to go.
Does it mean if we give you less money, then that just goes to us? Is that?
Well, but it's all I think what we're trying to say is we've looked at the market, and again, in my experience in all of the years that I've operated in sort of the energy space, the compensation approach of a base salary, STI, LTI, and other benefits, healthcare, etc., is a part of how employees look at their options and they make choices, because the fundamental goal that we have to do. We can't do anything for our customers if we can't attract and retain employees. And every day, every one of our employees, just like, has a choice about, do they go to work for Amazon? Do they go work somewhere else? Do they work for another energy company? So this is very market standard and very appropriate as aligning our employees with our customers' goals.
Okay.
That's.
Okay. Thank you.
Mhm.
Thank you. Mr.
Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner.
So earlier in your testimony, you mentioned that WGL had applied to be one of the clean hydrogen hubs, and your program wasn't selected. Does that mean that you're not going to be participating in that effort at all, or?
So we were a part of something called the Mid-Atlantic Hydrogen Hub. A number of companies participated through the National Capital Hydrogen Center. So the $8 or $9 billion the DOE is allocating around the country is not coming to this hydrogen hub. So the hydrogen hub won't go forward. We are thinking, because of the conversations, there are demand and supply opportunities that we can consider. There are certain areas where people are thinking about, could hydrogen apply to this application? Transportation is one of those that we hear a lot from. We've also heard a lot on the hydrogen side around data centers and sort of generation. So we're going to, I guess what I'll say, the hydrogen hub concept is, for this region, is not going to move forward. It may be that we're still, like, our affiliated company is a part of the hydrogen hub in the Pacific Northwest. So we will still work with all of the hydrogen hubs. I would hope that they'll be open to giving us insights and learnings as we talk to other regions that did receive this funding, that we can learn how this could apply to our customers in this market. But independent of that, we're still going to have conversations with customers and with applications in the region, because there may be other things we would do outside of the nature of a larger hydrogen hub.
Okay, good enough. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you, Commissioner.
Mr. Chairman, my note-taking is not always great. But early in Commissioner Suchman's questioning, I thought I heard a bench data request, but I don't want to overlook that.
Right, and so the question was about known and measurable for the 8-month period. So if you can just confirm, because this is an issue that came up in testimony, and so it just would be, for our purposes, it would be useful to know whether that information is known and measurable.
We will have probably Mr. Turanimi address that in his rejoinder.
Okay, that's great. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner.
So, do you need a break? Okay. All right.
Going to do some.
Sure. No, it's fine. Sure.
Yes, Washington Gas calls Wendy Zellon to the stand.
And Mr.
Your Honor, I would ask
we
that
have
the
your
witness be sworn in.
Oh, wait a minute.
Just was asking for your indulgence while we switch
no.
chairs here.
Okay, that's fine.
I do.
Good morning, Ms. Zellon.
Good morning.
Could we start by having you provide your full name, your business title, and your business address, please?
Sure. My name is Wendy Zalond. My business title is SVP of Finance for the Utilities, and my business address is 1000 Main Avenue Southwest, Washington, D.C. 20024.
Do you have with you today a document entitled Direct Testimony of Wendy Zellon that consists of 12 pages of narrative questions and answers, as well as 2 exhibits?
I do.
Do you have any corrections or changes to make to that testimony?
I do not.
Was that testimony and the accompanying exhibits prepared by you or under your direct supervision?
It was.
And if those questions were asked of you today, would the answers be the same, and do you adopt it as your sworn testimony?
I do.
Your Honor, we would ask that Ms. Zellon's direct testimony be marked for identification purposes as WGL Exhibit Number 7,
So marked.
and also that it be received into evidence.
Without objection, so moved.
And Ms. Zellon is available for cross-examination.
Secan.
Thank you, Your Honor. Hello,
Good morning.
my name is Susan Miller, and I represent the Chesapeake Climate Action Network, who are probably going to fire me because I keep having trouble saying their name. I just have a couple of questions for you. Could I ask you to turn to your Exhibit WZ-2 at page 6 of 10?
I'm here.
At the very bottom where it refers to environmental, social, and governance, I'm going to be asking questions about that very paragraph on the bottom there. Okay? It says environmental factors are moderately negative consideration in Standard & Poor's credit rating analysis that reflect higher transition risks compared to peers, including aging infrastructure. And WGL is mitigating this by investing significant capital to replace aging infrastructure. What I'd like to know is, has the company examined any other methods to mitigate the company's higher than industry credit risk in this area?
Not to my knowledge. I'm not an engineer. I am an accountant, so that could be a good question for a later witness. But based on my knowledge, it is through our accelerated replacement programs, which is what S&P is referring to in that paragraph.
The other factor it discusses is social factors. What does Standard & Poor mean by social factors?
Unfortunately, I'm not sure exactly what S&P means by social factors.
Okay. So, the rest of my questions were about that. So I'm done, Your Honor. Thank you.
Thank you.
What was the People's Council?
Good morning.
Good morning.
Ms. Seelan, my name is Julie Bell, and I'll be asking you a few questions. Would it be fair to say that one of the purposes of your testimony was to discuss how credit ratings affect the cost of debt?
Yes.
And in your direct, on page 4, for example, and I don't know that you have to look there, but I'll tell you it's page 4, lines 3 to 9. You discussed interest coverage ratios, which you called a key indicator of credit quality. Is that right?
That is correct.
And just to level set, would it be fair to say that analysts use an interest coverage ratio to determine how easily a company can pay its existing debt?
That is one of the factors that the credit analyst or agencies look at.
Okay. And as a further aside, is Investopedia correct to say that the interest coverage ratio can be computed by dividing EBIT, so earnings before interest and taxes, by the interest expense? Is that one way of calculating an interest coverage ratio?
Yes, I believe so.
So is the interest coverage ratio a kind of profitability to debt ratio? Is that one way to think about it?
I'm sorry, Your Honor. Could I ask that be repeated? One of the words I couldn't quite make out.
Sure. Would it be fair to say that the interest coverage ratio is a kind of profitability to debt ratio? I'm just looking for lay people's understanding of
So
what
the way I think about it, so I would answer your question directly, yes, given that profitability is the numerator and debt is my denominator. The way I think about it too is it's the ability for us to make our interest payments, make our debt, and be able to service that debt. So yes.
Okay, so that kind of dovetails, and maybe you already answered this next question, but you further testified, I think, to that very point, saying on page 4, around line 6, that a company's capital structure and its ability to service its capital structure are closely evaluated by credit rating agencies. Is that right?
That's correct.
So interest coverage ratio is one of the many things a credit rating agency might look at.
That's correct.
So they keep a close eye on that as well as other kinds of measures, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. So in your testimony, I think you noted that in your direct at page 4, lines 3 through 5, you discussed return on equity as one of the things, a number of factors that affect interest coverage ratios. Is that right?
That is correct.
So it's ROE is one of a number of factors that may in fact affect an interest coverage ratio in your view.
Yes.
Just a moment, please.
Oh, sorry.
Your indulgence. I want to look at Exhibit 2 of your direct testimony, and just give me a moment to get there, and for me to get there here electronically. Exhibit 2 on page 3 of 10. And just to orient folks, this exhibit is from a credit rating agency, is that right, that you've attached?
That is correct, from S&P.
S&P Global Ratings. And looking on page 3, there are a number of different indicators down the left side of that page. Is it fair to say that this is, though it may be obvious, a list of a number of the different kinds of indicators that the credit rating agency is looking at in determining WGL's credit rating?
Yes, I would also say that it is both a number of indicators as well as just when I look at some of the lines such as revenue, it's just a statement of the restatement of the financial statement. So it's both indicators as well as data.
Okay, and where is return on equity on that list?
So while the list does not have return on equity, I would add two points. Is that when you look at your revenue line item, that is return on equity is a component of how our revenue line comes in, so it is baked into there, as well as when you look at the next page, page 4, in the table that is labeled Washington Gas Light Company rate cases, it is highlighted there as data in their report in terms of what the return on equity is in each of the jurisdictions.
Okay, but you would agree then, again, that this is one of ROE is one of a number of factors, many factors that is considered, correct?
Yes, ROE is a factor that is based on my view of S&P. I'm not speaking on behalf of S&P, but given that it is part of the business risk section on page 4, it is something that is looked at, yes.
And one moment, please, just
Sure.
have your indulgence for a moment.
Absolutely.
And so looking at your testimony, and I'm just going to get there myself as well, on page 4, lines 3 to 5, you testified that some of the other factors that affect a company's interest coverage ratio, which is that metric that tracks a company's ability to pay its debt, include the level of equity in the capital structure and total interest expense. Is that right?
That's correct.
And given that formula that we talked about before, earnings before interest and taxes over interest expense, another factor would be EBIT, earnings before interest and taxes over interest expense. That that's the numerator here, the interest expense is the denominator, is that right?
Yes, I believe so, although always being put on the spot a little bit. But yes, that is my understanding.
Okay. Now, given all of that, if the commission were to adopt OPC witness David Garrett's recommended return on equity, 9.1%, what credit rating would the company receive?
I'm not able to speculate what S&P would give our credit rating for that. That would be a question for an S&P analyst.
Okay, so would you agree that it's really not possible to know for certain what the direct effect of an ROE change in and of itself would be on the company's credit rating?
I do not know exactly what S&P, what might change a credit rating from S&P. If that was that your question?
S&P or any credit rating agency, whether a change in ROE would have an impact on the company's credit rating.
So I do not know directly what an impact on ROE would have on the credit rating, but I would point, if you look at the S&P report, let me see if I can find it. They do talk specifically about FFO to debt being within the range of 15 to 18%, so they do directly speak to if it is without or outside of that range.
And FFO to debt meaning
Oh,
funds
sorry.
from operations?
Funds from operations over debt, yes.
Okay. And that again is sort of one of those profitability
That's
to
exactly
debt
right.
ratios.
That's right.
Kind of like the interest coverage ratio we were just talking about. So, as you said in your testimony, I think on page 4 at line 3, there are complex interrelationships among all of these factors that must be evaluated. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. Now, let's just say hypothetically, though, that we were able to determine that a credit rating agency had downgraded a company's credit rating solely to a decrease in ROE, hypothetically. We've just established that we're not able to do that, but let's say we were. In that circumstance, you would agree, would you not, that the cost of debt would go up?
Hypothetically, if we do have a downgrade in our credit rating, it could be assumed that we would have a higher cost of debt, yes. Hypothetically.
But you would also agree, would you not, that if ROE came down, that means the cost of capital is coming down? So the cost of debt goes up a little bit. ROE comes down, the cost of capital is coming down a bit.
Can you rephrase that question?
Well, sure. I mean, in the circumstance that the cost of debt is going up,
Mm-hmm.
when ROE goes down, that means the cost of capital is going down. Is that right? You're looking to your lawyer. You're looking to your lawyer for the answer. If you know.
No, I apologize. I'm not looking to him for the answer. I'm trying to be sure I understand the question correctly.
Well, I mean, there's an interrelationship between one and the other, right?
So, Your Honor, if I might, I would just interpose a genteel objection that the question presupposes two elements of a formula that has more than two elements. So, if the question wants to be rephrased about, perhaps if all other factors are held equal, what happens if those two elements move, one up, one down? But there are more than just those two elements that go into the total revenues of the company and ultimately credit ratings analysis.
Sure, I'd rephrase that as all other things being equal. I mean, what I'm trying to establish here is just to have a little conversation about, you would agree that if customers pay more debt, all other things being equal in that circumstance where ROE is affected, they would pay less on the return. Is that right? What I'm trying to establish here is there's an interrelationship between these two things.
Yes, I would agree that there is an interrelationship between the two things. I think for me, where I pause in being able to answer is not without knowing the equity component of it as well. Back to the interrelationship between the two. So it feels like I'm answering one side of the equation without knowing the other.
Well, I mean, ultimately, I guess my question is, if the company's ROE were to decrease to 9.1%, are you able to determine what that would mean for the net cost to customers?
I do not have that calculation.
So, I mean, I guess where I'm going with this is you would agree with me, wouldn't you, that the net impact on customers isn't possible to tell in advance with precision if there is an impact on ROE from a credit rating agency. Is that right?
That is correct. Given I do not want to hypothetically determine what S&P would do to our credit rating. So I would agree.
All right, one moment, please. So, just a couple more questions for you, Ms. Zealand.
Sure.
You would agree with me, would you not, that it's the Commission's responsibility to act in the public interest and set a just and reasonable rate that fully considers and is consistent with the public good? I can proffer to you that my question quotes from some statutes, but just generally, you would agree that the Commission's responsibility is to set a just and reasonable rate and to consider the public good. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. So, would you also agree with me then that the company's speculative worry that a change in ROE could affect its credit rating does not trump the Commission's responsibility to set a fair return?
Can you rephrase that one more time?
Sure. The Commission has a responsibility to set a just and reasonable rate and act in the public good. To the extent that the company is worried about its credit rating and raises that issue to the Commission, which I believe your testimony does, that concern, which is speculative in nature, doesn't trump the Commission's responsibility. Is that correct?
I object to the wording in the question regarding the testimony being speculative in nature. That is the witness's expert opinion about what the effect of an ROE determination may or may not have with S&P's credit ratings.
May I be heard, Your Honor?
Sure.
The witnesses just testified at length that the impact of ROE, the impact of credit ratings on ROE is speculative. That was her testimony, that it's not possible to tell with any precision what impact a change in ROE would have on a credit rating. And so I think it's accurate to phrase the question as a speculative worry.
I'll let her respond if you can.
Can you ask the question one more time? Sorry.
Sure. Going back to the notion that the Commission has a responsibility to set a just and reasonable rate and consider the public good, and your testimony that raises concerns about how the credit rating may be impacted by a change in ROE, my question is, do you think your concern, which is speculative as just established by your testimony, that the ROE could affect the credit rating should trump the Commission's responsibility to set a fair and reasonable, fair and just rate and consider the public good?
I do not think that it should trump the Commission's ability to set the fair and reasonable return. I think it is one factor that they do need to weigh, but it should not trump. But did that answer your question?
Thank you, Ms. Zealand. It did, and I have nothing further, Your Honor.
Aoba.
No questions, Your Honor.
GSA. Montgomery County. Prince George's County. Maryland Energy Administration. Staff.
No questions.
Redirect.
None, Your Honor.
Questions from the bench, Commissioner Slushman.
No questions.
Commissioner O'Donnell. Okay, guess not. So, let me ask um, does WGL make an affirmative presentation to the credit rating agencies in as a way of influencing what their decision is on your credit rating? And let me just give you a context. So I'm familiar with what the state of Maryland does.
Yes.
And that there's a very, advertised field trip to New York where they go and talk about the state's financial situation. The governor goes, the comptroller goes, and the treasurer. Does WGL perform a similar process? And are you part of that?
Yeah. I was pausing on to understand the definition of the word affirmative, but just speaking is that we do annually do a presentation to the credit agencies. I have not gone to New York; it is done over Zoom, and it is a standard presentation that talks about our financial position, the budget, and anything that else is in the public forum. And then I am available for questions, so I am part of that team. Yes.
And are there questions related to rate case results?
Yes, they do ask, and I don't remember specific questions, but they all are always wanting to know where we're at on the rate case process, where we're at. So maybe not, I wouldn't say specifically our results, but where are we in the rate cases, as well as if we did have any settlements. They would ask questions about that. And they do also ask about our relationships with our regulators.
And are there questions related to the nature of the natural gas industry and the changes affecting it from state and federal policy?
I do not recall if the last presentation had that. It does seem to be reasonable to assume that they would also ask about that, especially given that you see it brought up in the report. I would not be the one in the company that would answer that.
Okay, thank you very much. Since it's now 10 minutes to 12, why don't we break for lunch and we'll come back at 1 o'clock.
Thank you, Your Honor.
did have it.
All right, back on the record.
Oh, I have it here, thank you, sorry. Let me take a look at that same list.
Yes, with your leave, Your Honor. Washington Gas calls Victor Donge to the stand, and Mr. Donge is available to be sworn in.
Thank you.
I do.
Good afternoon, Mr. Donge.
Good afternoon, sir.
Let's start by asking you to please state your full name, your title, and your business address for the record.
I am Victor Duong Donge. My title is Senior Treasury Advisor for Washington Gas Light Company, and our company address is 1000 Main Avenue, Southwest, Washington, D.C. 20024.
Mr. Donge, you have two pieces of testimony here with you today, I take it. Is that correct?
I do.
Let's start with your direct. Does it consist of 14 pages of narrative questions and answers as well as 6 exhibits?
It does.
Was that testimony prepared by you or under your direct supervision?
It was.
And do you have any changes or corrections to that testimony?
I do have one change to my direct testimony.
Okay.
On page 13.
Give everyone a chance to get there. Okay.
Line 20, I would strike out the word midpoint. So it would read, I have adopted the 10.75% return on common equity recommended by witness D.S. Endis.
So as amended, if those questions were asked of you today, would you adopt them as your sworn testimony in this proceeding?
Yes.
Your Honor, I would ask that Mr. Donge's direct testimony be marked for identification purposes as Washington Gas Exhibit 8.
So marked.
Mr. Donge, do you also have a document with you today entitled The Rebuttal Testimony of Victor Donge, that it consists of 12 pages of narrative questions and answers, as well as a single exhibit?
I do.
And the same question, sir, was that testimony prepared by you or under your direct supervision?
It was.
Any corrections or changes to that testimony?
None that I feel are needed.
And if those same questions were asked of you today, would the answers be the same and you adopt that as your sworn testimony in this proceeding?
Yes, I would.
And Your Honor, I would ask that Mr. Donge's rebuttal testimony be marked for identification purposes as Exhibit 9.
So marked.
And Washington Gas would ask that Exhibits 8 and 9 be received into evidence.
So admitted.
And Mr. Donge is available for cross-examination, Your Honor.
Office of People's Counsel.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Mr. Donge. My name is Julie Bell. I'm a lawyer for OPC, and I'll ask you a few questions here.
Yes, ma'am.
In your rebuttal testimony, you, and probably in your direct as well, Mr. Donge, you note that you're recommending an equity ratio of 52.59% for the company, 52.59% for the company, is that right?
It's 52.599%.
Okay, thank you for that correction. And you note in your rebuttal testimony on page 8, lines 3 through 4, that your recommended equity range is within the 48% to 55% equity range, or average equity range. Let me strike that. Let me phrase this correctly, because I know you'll correct me if I don't. So your recommended equity ratio is within the 48% to 55% average equity ratio that the Commission set in Order 88631 in case number 9449. Is that right? That was the merger case that set some merger conditions?
Yes, it was for that case 9449. As to the order number, I will accept subject to check.
Okay, thank you. And just to level set here, that equity ratio is set forth in something called Merger Commitment 35, is that right?
Yes, I believe so.
I have an exhibit here with that order in it that I'd like to distribute for you to look at here. I'll mark that, though it is an excerpt from an order for identification purposes, as OPC Exhibit 3.
So marked.
Mr. Donge, one moment, please. I've just passed out the wrong order, everybody.
Oh, okay.
That's going to be OPC Exhibit 4, so hang on to that for a moment.
Okay.
Let me pass out the right one here. My apologies.
No problem.
Pardon? Yeah. Apologize about that. All right, what I just passed out should be order number 88631.
And this is Exhibit 3, right?
And this is marked for identification purposes as OPC Exhibit 3. If I could turn your attention, Mr. Donge, to merger condition 35. And let me just level set again here. The front of this OPC Exhibit 3 says order number 88631 at the top. Is that correct? This is just for the record.
Yes, it is.
Okay. And then it attaches, this exhibit is actually an excerpt from that lengthy order that attaches a single page, and up at the top end right-hand corner it's labeled Appendix A Conditions. Is that right?
Yes.
But those conditions don't begin at number 1, they begin at number 33 on that page. And that page includes the condition number 35 that you and I were just speaking about. Is that correct?
It does.
Now, if you would look at the third sentence of merger condition 35.
Washington Gas will maintain separate capital structure to finance the activities and operation of Washington Gas.
In the third sentence there, I believe it begins, Washington Gas will maintain. The third sentence of condition number 35. Let me just read it into the record and see if you see that there, Mr. Donge. In condition number 35, there's a number of sentences, and the third sentence says, Washington Gas will maintain a 12-month rolling average equity ratio of not less than 48% and no more than 55%, comma, provided that this range is consistent with future commission orders that address capital structure for Washington Gas.
Yes, I see it.
Did I read that correctly?
Yes, it's in the merger commitment 35.
Okay. And so part of that merger condition 35 doesn't just state that you'll maintain that average equity ratio within that range, but it also says provided that the range is consistent with future commission orders. Is that correct?
Yes, it does.
Okay. Now, you assert in your rebuttal testimony that OPC witness Garrett's equity ratio is dangerously close to the lower limit set forth in merger condition 35. Is that right? That's at in your rebuttal at...
Yes, on line 15.
Yes, line 15. But you would agree with me, wouldn't you, that Mr. Garrett's equity recommendation of 49.2% is within the limits set by the commission in merger condition 35?
I said it dangerously close to the limit, but it is within the limit.
It is within the limit. And in fact, it's about 120 basis points higher than the lower end of the range. Is that right?
Yes.
Now, your testimony discusses what is variously called and across different testimonies, not different testimonies of yours, but different testimonies of others, as a hypothetical capital structure. Is that right? It's known as a hypothetical capital structure or an imputed capital structure.
I characterize OPC witnesses Garrett's proposed capital structure as hypothetical.
Okay. And others might use a different term for that same kind of capital structure. They might call it imputed. Is that right?
I imagine so.
Okay. And both OPC witnesses and AOBA witnesses propose what you would term as a hypothetical capital structure, and others might call an imputed capital structure. Is that right?
Yes, by hypothetical, I mean something that is not grounded in actual capital structures.
Okay. Now, in your rebuttal at lines 16 to 18, just to further level set here, your position is that an actual capital structure based on actual financial information is more suitable for rate making, correct? That's your position?
Yes.
You would agree with me, though, wouldn't you, that the Commission previously has used an imputed capital structure for Washington Gas, including in cases 9332 and 9651?
I believe in 9322, the Commission felt that the proposed capital structure by the company was unreasonably high, and so they imputed a cap structure of something like 53% or something like that.
Okay, and in the company's last rate case in 9651?
The Commission, if you look at the other exhibit here, they did...
You're talking about...
9561.
So I had passed out mistakenly this exhibit.
So what you call imputed on line 37 of that, they said imputed capital structure based on WGL's average quarterly capital structure.
Let me interrupt just a moment here because I passed out things out of order. I want to make sure everybody knows where we are. So we previously were talking about the merger order, which I believe was OPC 3. And you are now referring to another order that I passed out, which was order number 89799. It says at the top, is that correct?
Yes.
And that's for identification purposes of the OPC Exhibit 4.
Right.
That also, just for the record, consists of 4 pages printed on both sides. And so it's an excerpt from the order. Is that right? And so let me ask you a question about it first, Mr. Donge, before you start answering, so that everybody understands what question you're answering. So let's look at I believe it's paragraph 33. And you would agree that this is an order from case number 9651 issued on April 9th, 2021. Is that right?
33, it says something about decision in case number 9645.
Okay, but on the front page of this order number 8979, which is marked for identification purposes as OPC Exhibit 4, there's an issue date on the front of that order, which is in case number 9651.
Yes.
And that issue date is April 9th, 2021.
Yes.
So this is an order that was issued on April 9th, 2021 in Washington Gas's rate case 9651. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. So turning to page 33 of that order.
Section 33, you mean?
Paragraph 33.
I'm sorry, paragraph 33. Thanks, everybody. I'll give you a moment to read that.
Okay, yes.
And wouldn't you agree that in that order, the commission notes that it's its long-standing policy to base the utility's return on its actual capital structure, absent evidence that the actual capital structure would impose an undue burden on ratepayers? Would you agree that that's what that says?
I believe that was reference to a Pepco base rate case. That was a quote from the Pepco base rate.
Right, and so the commission is quoting its own order in the
Yes.
Pepco rate case. But you would agree with me, wouldn't you, that what the commission is discussing here is that utilizing the actual capital structure is the general rule, but if it would impose an undue burden on ratepayers, that the commission has, and may in this case, use an imputed or
Yes, the
hypothetical
commission,
capital
I
structure.
agree, the commission always has the right to determine the capital structure at the end of the day.
Okay, and in fact, has done so in the very last rate case, is that correct?
In the last rate case, I point to section 37, where the public utility law judge decided to set an imputed capital structure based on WGL's average quarterly capital structure.
Okay, but you said an imputed capital structure, correct?
That was based on the company's average quarterly capital structure.
Okay, based on the average. Now, one moment, please.
And just to further, I generally follow those lines when I did my capital structure for this rate case, adopting their approach.
One moment, please. So looking at your rebuttal testimony on page 9, line 3. And I apologize, I also need to get there just a moment.
This is the rebuttal, you said?
I believe it's the rebuttal, yes. Mr. Albert is kindly letting me look on in his pages, but he has very tiny type and my eyes can't. Oh, this one. He gave me the bigger view here. So on page 9, line 3, I believe you're discussing your criticism of Mr. Garrett's proxy group. Is that right?
Yes, I said that it requires additional analysis.
Okay. And just to level set again, Mr. Dodge, you would agree that the cost of debt is generally easily ascertainable through readily identifiable interest costs, whereas determining the cost of equity generally is estimated using the experience of a proxy group of utilities. Is that right?
I'll leave it to our cost of equity witness, Dylan Diascendis, to further elaborate. I believe there is more empirical factors in determining the cost of equity, but again.
Oh, sure. There are multiple factors, and I'm not trying to nail you down on that, but I'm just trying to say that you would agree with me, wouldn't you, that the cost of debt is readily ascertainable through interest, and that that generally to determine the cost of equity, you look at a number of factors, including a proxy group. Is that right?
Yes, it's
Okay.
generally more straightforward to determine the cost of debt,
Okay.
and which has not been challenged by any of the interveners for this rate case.
Okay. that was my next question. I mean, you're noting that some disagreements or some criticism of Mr. Garrett's proxy group, but I just wanted to ask you that you would agree, would you not, that WGL uses the same proxy group as Mr. Garrett for its discounted cash flow and capital asset pricing model analyses? Is that right?
I believe Mr. Garrett in his rebuttal testimony at page 16 said it was disingenuous of me to compare Washington Gas with other distribution companies from the proxy group that he used to determine CAPM and DCF. I do disagree with that because...
Let me just interrupt here, if I
I'm
may,
sorry.
Your Honor.
Excuse me, Your Honor. I believe the witness should be allowed to complete his answer.
Let's let him finish his answer, and then you can ask your next
Okay,
question.
sure.
And just for everybody understanding, I did this in the BG&E case, so I'm going to allow it in this case, so witnesses can complete their answers. So the attempt to try and cut people off, we're not going to have. So, okay, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. So my adjusted peer group companies, using the adjusted distribution companies, reflect the actual capital structures compared to when you use the parent companies that witness Garrett used. It may be fine for determining cost of equity because operating companies do not issue common stock. The parent companies do. But for capital structures, when there's known and available published financial reports listing the capital structure components of those distribution companies, I think it's more more appropriate to use because those financings of those operating companies are actually the ones that's associated with their rate base that they have in the rate case.
Go ahead.
Well, my question was just that Mr. Garrett used for his DCF and CAPM analyses, he used the same proxy group as WGL. Is that correct?
Again, like I said, that may be fine to use for determining the cost of equity, which he used for the DCF, and CAPM was to use for the cost of equity. But for comparing capital structure, I believe there's a more appropriate methodology to use.
Thank you. I have nothing further, Your Honor.
Okay. CCAN. AOBA. GSA. Montgomery County. Let's see 'em. Prince George's County. Maryland Energy Administration. Staff.
No questions.
Redirect.
None, Your Honor.
Any questions from the bench? Commissioner O'Donnell.
No questions, Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Sussman. I think we're good to go. Thank you very much.
Your Honor, Washington Gas would call Mr. Diascendis to the stand. Good afternoon, Mr. Diascendis.
Good afternoon.
You have two pieces of testimony with you today, correct?
That's right.
Let's start with the first. Do you have before you a document entitled Direct Testimony of Dylan Diascendis, which consists of 67 pages of narrative, questions and answers, and 9 exhibits?
I do.
And I got to back up just a second for the completeness of the record. Can you provide your full name, title, and business address?
Sure. My name is Dylan, D-Y-L-A-N, William Diascendis, D'(A)S)C-E-N-D-I-S. I'm a partner at Scott Madden Inc., and my business address is 3000 Atrium Way in Mount Laurel, New Jersey, 08054.
And back to your direct testimony, sir. Was that testimony prepared by you or under your direct supervision?
It was.
Do you have any corrections or changes to that direct testimony?
I don't.
If those questions were asked of you today, would you adopt them as your sworn testimony in this proceeding?
I would.
And Your Honor, I would ask that the direct testimony of Dylan Diascendis be marked for identification purposes as Washington Gas Exhibit 10.
So marked.
And Mr. Diascendis, do you also have rebuttal testimony with you today that consists of 116 pages of narrative questions and answers as well as 13 exhibits?
I do.
And was that testimony prepared by you or under your direct supervision?
It was.
Do you have any corrections or changes to make to that testimony?
No.
And Your Honor, I would, Washington Gas would ask that Mr. Diascendis' rebuttal testimony be marked for identification purposes as Washington Gas Exhibit 11.
So marked.
And we would also ask that Exhibits 10 and 11 be received into evidence.
So admitted.
Mr. Diascendis, in Your Honor, with your leave, I would ask that Mr. Diascendis be given an opportunity to provide live rejoinder to other parties' serve rebuttal testimony since Washington Gas bears the burden of proof in this proceeding.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you. Mr. Diascendis, did you receive copies of serve rebuttal testimonies from staff witness McAuliffe?
I did.
And did you receive serve rebuttal testimonies from any other parties in this case?
Yes, Mr. Garrett.
And do you have any comments to offer on either of those testimonies?
Yes, I have two brief issues to address with Mr. McAuliffe's rebuttal testimony. One having to do with capital markets, and the other one is having to do with his table on pages 12 and or page 13 of his testimony. So I'll start on page 4 of Mr. McAuliffe's rebuttal testimony, where he discusses about his opinion that interest rates have peaked, view of interest rates from his direct testimony on August 25th, 2023. They have increased 55 basis points. So if you look at the yield on 30-year Treasury bonds on August 25th, which was the date of his direct testimony, interest rates were 4.29%. Now they are 4.86% as of yesterday. Mr. McAuliffe had the same argument in Potomac Edison's case, and that his most recent testimony in that case was on July 14th, 2023, and those interest rates were 3.90%, which is an increase of almost 100 basis points since then. So I refute that interest rates are at or near their peak. We don't know, and it's very hard to do forecasting of interest rates when you're looking at certain things. The second thing that had to do with capital market conditions was on page 6 of his rebuttal testimony, where he talks about how my reference to the data from the last 2 recessions was not enough support to have my conclusions, which were that you can't figure out which way inputs are going to go during a recession. I wanted to respond to that because Mr. McAuliffe doesn't provide any data in either of the 2 recessions or any data that proves his point that the inputs to the DCF model and the CAPM model go down based on recessionary periods. And my testimony is you don't know. It could go up, could go down. Doesn't matter. And that's why you have to use current market conditions, current market methods to derive your ROE. The final point is on pages 12 and 13 of Mr. McAuliffe's rebuttal testimony, where he attempts to justify the use of the New York Stock Exchange return data as a comparison for risk premiums that he has calculated and I have provided in my rebuttal testimony. And he says that it's reasonable because Kroll, which is a service that we both use for our market risk premium analyses, and Dr. Damodaran says that they use the entirety of the U.S. market, and he says that the New York Stock Exchange data is better. Well, I disagree. with his justification and the use of the New York Stock Exchange return numbers for two reasons. One reason is, even though he says Kroll and Dr. Damodaran, data would lend itself to New York Stock Exchange data. In neither Kroll nor Damodaran website, they have zero New York Stock Exchange data. They only have S&P 500 data. And I would note that both of the market risk premiums that we use, me and Mr. McAuliffe, we both use market risk premiums using S&P 500 data. Okay. The second point is, in Mr. McAuliffe's chart, he's only using the capital appreciation returns, so the price returns, not the total returns of the New York Stock Exchange. So it's a fraction of those returns. So when you're looking at page 13 on that on the table that he has on page 13, those there's I don't have his testimony in front of me, but there's five columns there. Four of the columns show the long-term average return, market risk, average return, the other Kroll return, the Damodaran return, and the Kroll expected return. They're all total return data, and the New York Stock Exchange data is only price appreciation, so it doesn't take into account the total return, which would include, say, dividends. So because of that, his chart on 13 is not consistent with the data and should be dismissed by the commission. And that concludes my comments.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Diascendis is available for cross-examination.
OPC.
No questions, Your Honor.
CCAN. AOBA. GSA. Montgomery County. Prince George's County. MEA. Staff.
This time we have questions, Your Honor. I'm grateful to say. Good afternoon, Mr. DeSantis. Perhaps I'll be delving into the one topic you really don't want me to talk with you about. You told me, and we've had this chat before.
Yes.
And let's see, we'll do it again. You refer to page 47 of your testimony. On pages 12 to 23, you talk about your proxy groups.
Direct testimony, correct?
Yes, I'm sorry, direct.
Yes, sir.
And then you note specifically on lines 20 to 23, I'll quote, the selection of such domestic non-price regulated competitive firms theoretically and empirically results in a proxy group which is comparable in total risk to the utility proxy group, since all these companies compete for capital in the exact same markets.
Yes, sir.
Now I'll refer to, you have a chart that shows the members of your non-utility proxy group. And that's your DWD 5, page 3 of 3, attached to your direct, correct?
Thank you. I was going to point you there.
We've been doing this a lot, Mr. DeSantis, so we know where each other's going.
Yeah.
All right, so let's just, to make this a little more real world,
Sure.
I went through this list and I saw two big pharma companies, two big pharmaceutical companies. They develop and they market drugs. Third from the top, Abbott Labs. And then towards the bottom, Pfizer, Pfizer. Now you'll recognize that, of course, there's intense competition in the big pharma industry, developing and marketing drugs.
I would agree with that, but it's one of those things where I didn't rely on my non-price regulated proxy group in my recommendation in this case, or the development of the range. So on page 6 of my direct testimony, I explicitly state that I do not take them into account. and it says on lines 3 through 10, I talk about, and I'll talk about the last sentence starting on line 7. It says, although I have not included the results in determining the recommended ROE, I have applied these same models to a non-price regulated proxy group, which I demonstrated is similar in total risk to the utility proxy group. So I don't consider this group in my recommendation in this case, and I reiterate that on page 7 in my rebuttal. So we might not have to discuss the risk of the companies because it's not a part of my recommendation in this case.
But it is a fairly full throttle, robust advocacy for the appropriateness. Back up a second. I appreciate your point.
Objection, Your Honor. Characterizing the witness's testimony and his question.
It's a leading question. This is cross-exam. Leading is loud.
Let's try and rephrase it, maybe not as pejorative. So.
Sure. You do, given the quote I pointed to before on page 47, you do assert that the use of a non-utility proxy group is appropriate because in your view there's similar risks to the utilities.
Yes, sir.
Though you do point out correctly that you may not use the results in coming up with your recommended ROE. Again, you did not, in saying that, in any way take back your prior assertion that it is perfectly appropriate in in certain circumstances to use a non-utility proxy group.
That's correct. So I removed my results of the proxy group, the non-regulated proxy group in this proceeding because there's been orders in this by this commission that rejected it. So I brought it up in illustrative purposes only and did not incorporate it into my recommendation in this case or in the range, even though I do maintain that it is a valid measure of risk and return for a utility company because based on my selection criteria, they are similar in total risk.
And that's what I want to explore with you, that proposition, again, given the context that you may have chosen not to use it in your result, certainly, arguably, you wouldn't have used it at all if your intent was that it's not allowed to be used. I mean, you deliberately chose to put a fairly robust defense of use of a non-utility proxy group in your testimony. So all I want to do is have the opportunity to explore the basis for that assertion.
Okay.
So let me ask you, so back to my big pharma hypothetical.
Sure.
Because there's intense competition there, so these companies are always facing the loss of risk, losing market share, losing revenue to competitors, correct?
I think if you're looking at the risk and you're looking at the services that these companies provide, they're all mostly all used for a public good, right? So if you're looking, or maybe not a public good, but the consumer staples, right? If you're looking at any of the pharma companies, people need medication, right? People need medications for a whole range of issues. When you're looking at, Alphabet, right? That's Google. Everybody uses that for something, right? If you're looking at Lockheed Martin, they're necessary for the defense of our country, right? It's one of those things where these companies, while not utilities and aren't regulated, they are staples of American life. So when you look at those type of risks, I would say that they are comparable in risk to the proxy group as measured by both systematic risk, which is market risk, and the non-systematic risk, which is the standard error of the regression. So it's not I'm picking these out of a lineup. I'm using ranges of risk measures to select those companies.
And get back to my big pharma hypothetical.
Mm-hmm.
If Pfizer develops a more efficient technology for manufacturing a generic drug, let's get away from the patent protection, which is sort of akin to a monopoly on the utility side.
Sure.
So focusing on generic drugs, Pfizer comes up with a more efficient technology of manufacturing that generic drug. They're going to take away market share and revenue from competitors, correct?
I'd agree with that, but like I said, we're talking about, at least in my selection criteria, we're talking about market risk and non-market risk. What you're talking about is business risk, which is different than market risk or non-market risk. So that we're talking past each other because we're talking about two different ways of risk. Because if you're talking about risk, you have total risk equals market risk minus plus non-market risk. If you're looking at, and then there's another definition of total risk, which is total risk equals business risk plus financial risk. These pieces are mutually exclusive. You can't mix business risk elements with market risk elements. So when you're talking about those type of things, I didn't select it based on business risk. I selected it upon market risk and non-market risk. So, like I said, the business risk doesn't particularly matter based on my selection criteria.
Now this is all ROE is done from the perspective of the investor, correct? What are they expecting? What's the return they're expecting in taking into account the risk? And that's the whole Hope Bluefield standard, correct?
That's right.
Return must be commensurate with the risk. That's like the bedrock of going forward on rate of return, correct?
Yes, it's a corresponding commensurate risk with enterprises of commensurate risk.
So, I appreciate you're drawing distinction, market risk, business risk. An investor's looking at all that stuff.
Right.
We could really, delve into fine distinctions between the two, but from an investor, they're looking at risk, total risk, and so, for example, get back to my big pharma thing. Pfizer's competing with other big pharma companies on developing these manufacturing these generic drugs. Utility doesn't face any competition at all, of course. There's no one else, a gas distributor in Washington Gas's service territory, correct?
Yes, but the Pfizers of the world do compete with the utility companies for debt and equity capital.
Right.
So that's where I'm going. Utilities don't only compete with other utilities for capital. They compete for capital with companies that aren't only utilities. They could be non-regulated utility or non-regulated companies. So when you're looking at what's comparable and what's not, you got to put yourself in the shoes of an investor. And when you're talking about equity investment, debt investment, what's risky, what's not, you could see that since these non-reg companies compete with utilities companies for capital, they would be a good benchmark for the cost of capital for a utility company like Washington Gas. But like I said, I didn't consider it in this case.
Though again, getting back to the basic concept, return has to be comparable to the risk. Now I appreciate they're competing, big pharma is competing with utilities and frankly everyone else in capital markets. But again, I want to focus on the business/market risks, however you slice and dice those two. I want to focus on that aspect of it. In other words, take into your conclusion that any company that competes in the capital markets, equity markets, to raise funds with any other company should be comparable, because you're saying, well, we have to look at them in parity because they're both competing. But again, Hope Bluefield says you look at the risks associated with each specific business, because that's what investors are doing. And
right.
That drives what the required return is, correct?
Right, but that's what I'm saying. I'm not saying that Washington Gas is competing for capital with every company in the entire world. They are competing for capital with companies of similar risk. My selection criteria shows that these companies that I've selected as non-price regulated companies are similar in total risk to utility companies. So I'm not saying that Pfizer, if we want to bring it back to Pfizer is similar in risk to not only these companies that are on this page on DWD 5 page 3, they're also similar in risk to utility companies. At least that's my opinion.
Okay.
And when you get there, that means that exactly what you said, risk and return are related. I'm saying that these companies are competing with utility companies for capital because they are similar risk.
And again, you're saying the similar risks, even though utility is a monopoly with zero competition and big pharma is an intensely competitive field.
I am saying that based on my selection criteria, that's market risk and non-market risk, that they are comparable in total risk. Your example of your example of business risk, which is just their operating risk, is not what I'm using as a selection criteria. And actually, if in my rebuttal testimony, when I address Mr. McAuliffe's proxy group, if he applied those selection criteria to my companies, 37 of those companies would have been in his proxy group.
Okay, let me just point to one. Well, can we mark for? I want to mark for identification as Staff Exhibit 1. To follow, sort of to pursue this idea of the risks that the utility does face. This is the revenue normalization adjustment filing by Washington Gas on February 15, 2022.
Thank you, sir.
Now, are you familiar with the, I'll call it the RNA, the Revenue Normalization Adjustment? Also, we hear it more commonly referred to as the Bill Stabilization Adjustment.
I am. I don't know how it works, but I know that it exists.
Okay, well, then we'll walk. This is perfect, and this will not be wasted. My questions will not be wasted. If you go to look at page 1 of 4, and if you look down at the calculation that results in the adjustment, in line 12, column A, it shows required revenue adjustment, I'm going to say line 7 minus line 11, of $1,957,072. I'll just call that, just make it easy, $1.9 million.
Okay.
And essentially you take the per customer revenue requirement determined in the most recent rate case, and let's just say it's $5 a customer, and you add 100 new customers. You take the 100 new customers times $5, and you say, okay, the revenue requirement of the utility just went up by $500, and that's translated into a surcharge. And in this instance, it's essentially a $1.9 million surcharge based on that calculation. Now, one cause of a revenue shortfall would be for a gas utility with a heating load that's overwhelmingly, a load that's overwhelming heating on Washington Gas is if it's a mild winter, correct?
Sure.
So mild winter happens, revenue goes down, well, gas deliveries go down, which of course drives down revenue based on the usage, the per decatherm charge that all customers are paying. And again, come back to my big pharma analogy. They develop a drug, their competitor, Pfizer develops a new drug for headaches that's a lot more effective than what Abbott Labs has. They're going to lose revenue. They're going to lose sales volume, but they don't have anything like an RNA to accommodate to have an adjustment to recover the lost revenue from their remaining customers, which a utility does when it files a rate case. There's no, which is what rate cases happens every time in a rate case. And in an RNA situation, adding customers for a Pfizer, that doesn't bump up their fixed cost recovery either, correct?
Yes, I agree with you.
Now, one last topic I want to touch on is your size adjustment.
Yes, sir.
Page 53.
Of the direct, Mr. Albert?
Yes, I'm sorry. You know, I just realized I should have been more clear on my prior question. I know this is hard to reline the tape. I was referring to the situation where there's a loss of customers. I guess I talked about loss of revenue. I meant to say, because in an RNA setting, you're focusing on change in number of customers. And the change in number of customers in a competitive environment, as that affects total revenue. So let me go pull this small size adjustment. On page 53, here you assert on line 7 to 10, you assert Washington Gas's smaller size relative to the utility proxy group indicates greater relative business risk for the company because, all else being equal, size has a material bearing on risk.
Yes, sir.
Now, let's look at one of the risks that Washington Gas faces that could, quote, affect their sales revenue and earnings. Again, we'll go back to our mild winter. Again, a drop in volumes, and that would, of course, lead to drop in revenue. But they do have, for example, a fixed charge in their tariff that allows some recovery for those, that protects a certain portion of their revenue via the fixed charge that's applicable to all classes, correct?
Yes, I would say that if you're referring to lines 12 through 18 on page 53 about what may affect the risk of a utility due to its size, the commentary there is just general in nature. So it's more of the effect of size on risk. It's not really narrowed down to one thing or another.
Okay, so another factor you would cite for a smaller company is that they face higher risks because the larger company has more financial resources. And in a capital intensive or industry like Big Pharma, where they're constantly pouring millions, tens of millions of dollars into developing new drugs, many instances drugs that never make it to market, having greater financial resources is a major competitive
Your Honor,
advantage.
may I interpose an objection? That this question and answer on this page 53 is in relation to the utility proxy group, and Mr. Albert has gone back and forth with the non-price companies. If the question should be focused on other utility proxies, I'd withdraw the objection.
Well, I'm trying to get to the point, Your Honor, that a small size in a competitive market is a major drawback for a company. Again, especially in an industry like using Big Pharma as an example, where you need massive financial resources to be able to spend years and tens of millions of dollars developing a product that may never make it to market. So I think this goes exactly to the assertion that small size drives higher risk. And I'm trying to explore, does that really apply to a utility?
And Your Honor, I would simply reiterate relevance. The question itself is focused only on Washington Gas compared to utility proxy groups. Mr. Albert is injecting non-utilities into that question. If he wants to narrow it to just other utilities, I would happily withdraw the objection.
Well, actually, in reading the response on page 53, it does seem to go into the areas that he's talking about, so I'm going to allow him to answer the question. So.
Yeah, this will be brief. Again, the fact that in an industry like Big Pharma, you need financial resources in any industry. Big financial resources give you the more opportunity, more resources to go out and develop innovative new products that can boost your earnings, boost your market share. Again, you're not seeing that with the utility, right? We've got, first of all, to state the obvious, it's a regulated monopoly. Secondly, it's just, there's one service here. It's a plain vanilla gas distribution service, so it's not like they can come up with a new flavor of ice cream.
Okay, so I'm gonna take a couple approaches to this. The first thing is that your utility service isn't capital intensive. Utility service isn't capital intensive. It absolutely is, right? These utility companies are spending $5 for every $1 they make in revenue. So to characterize that utility companies are not capital intensive, it's just not true. And then when you were discussing with Mr. Buckley about the applicability of size and risk for utilities, you only have to turn to pages 58 and 59 of my direct testimony that shows that there is a link between size and risk for utility companies as measured by the annualized volatility of their stock prices, which is the first chart, chart 1 on page 58. It shows as companies become smaller, the volatility of their stock prices increase. Okay, and then the second chart, which is on page 59, shows a link between size and risk for utilities based on the value line safety ranking. And as the companies get smaller, their safety rating degrades. So if you wanted to look at whether or not there is a link between size and risk between utilities, I would say that I put it right there in black and white on pages 58 and 59. Mr. McAuliffe, Mr. Garrett, Mr. Tim Oliver did not address either one of these charts in their testimonies, and as of right now, I would say it's unrebutted.
One last, this will be Staff Exhibit 2. Mark this is Staff Exhibit 2. This is a document on the AltaGas website, which I provided to the parties yesterday.
Thank you, Kenny.
Thank you.
I would direct attention to page 7.
Okay. Now where?
Page 7, specifically, I'll read from it, the heading Rate Regulated Utilities Platform. And it says, stable and predictable results, regulated distribution rates approved under cost of service model, 1.5 million customers in stable and growing jurisdictions, US $4.9 billion, $4.9 billion of regulated rate base, approximately 70% of revenue derived from residential customers. Next heading, strong and transparent multi-year growth, strong risk-adjusted returns, 8 to 10% rate base CAGR through 2027, and capital programs secured through ARP programs, maintenance, and system betterment. ARP is the Accelerated Replacement Program, if I'm correct?
Thank you. I was going to ask you what it was.
Yeah, that's akin to the STRIDE program, which
Okay.
obviously is an issue in this rate case, which allows, again, recovery ahead of time. It's essentially a tracker that they put in place. They can get recovery even indeed before they incur the cost, as long as it's in their STRIDE plan.
Oh, so before?
Sorry, not before they incur the cost. Before they go in, they put the facility into service.
Objection, Your Honor. The characterization of the STRIDE, we believe, is factually inaccurate, but I understand the point you're trying to make. We believe that the cost collection is contemporaneous with the construction activities, not in advance.
I'm sorry, I didn't say, yes, I misstated and I corrected myself immediately. I said the recovery can occur before the replacement facility goes into service. No, not before. You don't recover the cost before it's incurred. I agree with you there. Just, again, just the point here is this document, not only on this page, this is where AltaGas is touting the lower risk of its utilities, and it's obviously, AltaGas owns many utilities, correct?
Right, and what we're doing in our case here, we're comparing Washington Gas with similarly situated gas utilities, which would all have these types of programs, being infrastructure riders or RNA programs or anything like that. So, yeah, I agree with you there.
Yeah, exactly. Indeed, these are, as you say, they're fairly common. I think, in fact, this document points out these mechanisms, like we were talking, the RNA, are very common among the utilities. But I'm drawing that distinction again, taking this full circle. Your assertion that a utility faces similar risk as a non-utility.
We're going to agree to disagree for that for a long time, but I don't agree with that. I think that the way that I select my group is enough to show that they're equivalent, well, comparable in total risk.
One moment, Your Honor. That's all the staff has.
Any redirect?
None, Your Honor.
Questions from the commissioners? Commissioner Fleshman. Commissioner O'Donnell.
No questions, Mr. Chairman.
No, I guess none for me. So well, actually, before we go, so you criticized Mr. McAuliffe's sort of prediction that interest rates are either going to stay stable or might go down. So, what do you think is going to happen?
I don't know. That's why I use the current market measures to use. So I'll use other projections of interest rates from third-party resources like Blue Chip that have 50 economists, and they project the numbers. Or alternatively, you can use a naive forecast, which would just be current interest rates. Generally, Mr. McAuliffe in the past has used a combination of the two, which is fine, but in this case he doesn't use the projected interest rates because he thinks that they have already peaked.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Your Honor, just cleaning up, does staff intend to offer those exhibits into evidence?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Wagner. We have, staff would move into evidence, Staff Exhibit 1, the revenue normalization adjustment, and 2, the investor presentation.
And Your Honor, Washington Gas has no objection to Exhibit 1 and Exhibit 2. We also have no objection so long as that admission is limited to the material that was used during cross-examination.
That's fine.
If I can respond to that, Your Honor, I did make reference that this document throughout the investor presentation specifically talks generally. I just didn't want to waste time, frankly, going through it page by page, but I do think it's important on this issue of the risks faced by the company that the entire document be available to the parties.
Actually, Your Honor, I think that's sandbagging, that they're going to take what looks like a 50-page document, refer to one page, and then in a brief refer elsewhere in the document without giving our witness a chance to address it.
Well, with all due fairness here, I made it clear the theme throughout this document, as typically the case of investor presentations, is the stable revenue and stable profits. Now, I can go through page by page if you'd like, but that would be wasting all our time.
Actually, just one final point, Your Honor. The staff had the opportunity to attach this to their testimony and fairly put it into the evidentiary record at that time. To bring it in at this late date with it not having been reviewed by other parties for the purposes of relevance to this, I actually believe is sandbagging. So he should be limited to the cross-examination, and I believe that's the traditional commission approach.
Well, we did send this out to you earlier, and candidly, you and I have been through this exercise before. I always introduce this into the record. I've never had pushback on terms of I can only use certain pages. Again, it's a common theme throughout this document. We can go through page by page, but I don't think that will really help anybody.
Well, I'm going to allow it to be entered into the record and used as they see fit. So.
Thank you, Your Honor.
That's all for staff.
The commission is ready for the next witness. The company calls Tracy Smith to the stand. We'd ask that she be sworn.
Yes.
Good afternoon, Ms. Smith. Could you please state your name for the record?
My name is Tracy, Tracey Smith,
And by whom are you employed?
Washington Gaslight,
How long have you been employed by that company?
approximately 11 and a half years,
And what is your current position with the company?
Manager of Regulatory Accounting.
And do you have a copy of your rebuttal as well as your direct testimony that you provided in this case with you on the stand?
I do.
Is it correct that your direct testimony consists of 35 pages of narrative questions and answers?
That's correct.
Am I also correct that your rebuttal testimony consists of, how many pages does your rebuttal testimony consist of?
Let me check real quick. 41 pages.
And are those testimonies accompanied by any exhibits?
Yes, they are.
Does either your rebuttal or direct testimony have any confidential information or exhibits in it?
No, it doesn't.
Do you have any corrections, changes, or updates to make to the testimony that we've just discussed?
Yes, I have one correction to my rebuttal testimony. Let me find the right page. So on page 7, at the bottom, there's footnote 9, and it starts with 710, and then parentheses, it says TME August 2023. It should start with 721 there instead of 710.
Thank you. Do you adopt this direct and rebuttal testimony as your own in this case?
Yes, I do.
Mr. Chairman, at this time I would mark Ms. Smith's direct testimony as Washington Gas Exhibit 12 and mark her rebuttal testimony as Washington Gas Exhibit 13 and move that they be admitted into the record.
So admitted.
Ms. Smith, do you have any, did you review Sir rebuttal testimony in this case?
Yes, I did.
And did you have any rejoinder to offer that testimony today?
Yes, I do.
Did you review Sir rebuttal testimony from staff witness Ostrander?
Yes, I did.
And did he say anything about your wage and salary calculation in your rebuttal testimony?
Yes, he did. As I understand it, he's saying that I did not, well, actually, witness Turnimi did not include the wages and salaries calculation that I did in my rebuttal testimony in his updated revenue requirement calculation that he included as an exhibit in his own testimony.
And did you have anything to respond today to that testimony?
Yes, I would say that was intentional. My position is that my wages and salaries adjustment that I supported in my direct testimony should be the one that's adopted by this commission. I provided the calculation in rebuttal as a alternative to the calculation that Mr. Ostrander provided in the instance that the commission decides that there is any reduction in the wages and salaries adjustment required at all.
Thank you. Anything else on that?
Not on that.
Did you also have the opportunity to review Sir rebuttal testimony from AOBA witness Bruce Oliver?
Yes, I did.
And what did that testimony, to your knowledge, say about your jurisdictional allocation study?
So as I understand it from reading his testimony, he's continuing to criticize the company for using differing levels of normal weather heating degree days they underlie the calculation of normal weather therms that are used as an allocation factor in the jurisdictional allocation study that I supported. So he continues to criticize those, although as I was able to discern, I didn't see a specific recommendation related to my calculations.
Okay, and if you know, for the record, do you know where in his testimony that was
So
located?
I had noted that it was on page 15, starting around line 3 through page 16, approximately line 5, where he addressed this.
Okay. Anything else to offer on Mr. Bruce Oliver's testimony?
Yeah, the only thing I would say there is that if we use well, first of all, as I said, he makes no recommendation in his testimony about what should be done. But it looks like he's implying that there should be some change in the calculation that we do. Either we do it in Maryland and DC, or we do it only in Maryland. I'm not clear. But he doesn't offer an alternative. And I would just say, as I understand his testimony, the change that he's implying would potentially lead to the company not recovering its entire cost of service, because we would be using a different calculation potentially in our Maryland jurisdiction for rate making purposes versus in our DC jurisdiction for rate making purposes. And so the potential is that costs could fall through the gap and we would not be able to recover them.
Thank you. And finally, did you have a chance to review Sir rebuttal testimony from staff witness Coates that was submitted in this case? Did she say anything about your class cost of service study?
So yes, she did. So again, as I understand the testimony that she provided in Sir rebuttal, she's stating that I have double counted the cost allocation to the interruptible cost of service, because I've included, and I apologize if this gets too technical, but I've included peak therm usage for the interruptible class in addition to allocating them some cost also based on their annual calculation, their annual usage, therm usage.
And was there anything you wanted to offer in response to that testimony as you understand it?
Yes, so what I would say to that is the same methodology that I used in my direct exhibit TMS 5, which ultimately, as I understand it, witness Coates is recommending the commission adopt in this case. And so I would say that I agree that there can be other ways to do that calculation, but I don't agree that what I provided is intrinsically wrong. I've just taken 50% of their peak usage, 50% of their annual usage to allocate costs to them, the same way that I did for the firm customers in that study.
Okay. Is there anything else about staff witness Coates' Sir rebuttal testimony that you wanted to respond to now?
Yes, I have one more item. In regards to the evidence that we've provided in this case about the way the system is designed, she's indicated that there's new evidence, and I just want to point out that there is an excerpt from our system design, or our system manual, that talks about the way our system is designed. I provided it as a rebuttal exhibit in this case, but it's also been provided in prior cases that the commission has had available to them when making determinations about our class cost of service study.
Thank you, Ms. Smith. The witness is available for cross-examination.
OPC.
Yes. Good afternoon, Witness Smith. My name is Carolyn Elephant. I'm with the Office of People's Counsel. I just have a couple of questions for you, mostly on the compensation issues. So in your direct testimony, you testified that you did not include any adjustment for short-term compensation, short-term incentives in this case. Is that right? That's your direct testimony, page 5, lines 3 to 7?
That's correct. I did not.
Okay. And so put another way, your recommendation is that the company be permitted to recover 100% of the short-term incentives in this case. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay, and then also on page 8 of your testimony at lines 7 to 8, you explained the reason for this approach, and you essentially said one of the reasons was that this approach to recovery is consistent with the past rate case 9651. Was that your testimony?
Yes, that's what I said.
Now, isn't it true that in 9651, Washington Gas actually proposed a 20% disallowance for short-term incentives, so it did not recover 100% as it's seeking in this case?
Yes, that's true that that's what the adjustment in that case did, but there's a reason for that.
You want to go ahead? Was the reason that in the 9651, the 20% of benefits was tied to financial incentives?
That's correct. So based on the scorecard, in that case, there were financial metrics, which as we understand it from prior precedent, the commission is generally not allowed to be included when we're determining what our STI recovery would be. So in 2022, that scorecard did not include any financial metrics, and for that reason, I did not do any elimination of STI in this case, or short-term incentive compensation.
Now, is it your testimony that that financial performance is the only basis for disallowing short-term incentives? Or let me strike that. Is it your testimony that when short-term incentives are based on financial performance, that's the only basis for disallowing them, is when there's a linkage to financial performance?
Well, from a rate-making perspective and from what I've reviewed in prior orders of this commission, yes, there may be other reasons that I'm not aware of and I haven't seen in Washington Gas's rate cases.
Now, do you recall a commission order in case 9267 where the commission approved an exclusion of short-term expenses of 16.67% because one of the drivers or one of the metrics was more heavily weighted towards shareholder benefits?
I don't have that order in front of me, but from my recollection and my general review of it, I do recall that there was an exclusion and that it was based on a metric that was determined to be financial in nature. But I don't have that in front of me, and it may say something different.
Okay, so your recollection for the basis of that disallowance was that it was based on connection to shareholder benefits and not, your recollection of that order was that it was based on connection, the disallowance of short-term incentives was based on its connection to financial performance rather than something weighted toward shareholders.
Yes, although I'm not sure I'm making the same I don't know if I understand your distinction between weighted towards shareholders versus financial metrics. So maybe, but yes, that's my understanding that it was financial metric in nature from the scorecard from that rate case, and that's why it was excluded.
Okay. Now let's turn to long-term compensation. Was it your testimony that you recommended a 50% disallowance of long-term incentive compensation?
Yes, that's correct.
And do you recall that OPC and staff are actually both recommending a 100% disallowance of long-term incentive? Is that right?
That's my understanding from their testimony.
Okay. And your recommendation for 50% disallowance is also based on past precedent, is it not?
That's correct.
And in the past precedent that you discussed, you didn't mention the Potomac Edison case, did you?
I did not, and I believe that that came out after our rebuttal testimony was filed in this case.
Yes, and is it, do you know what the Potomac Edison, are you aware that the Potomac Edison case allowed full exclusion of long-term incentives that are entirely based on financial performance?
I believe that's what I read in the proposed order of the law judge, yes.
Okay. And for more discussion of what long-term incentives are and what type of compensation they provide, would company witness Burham be the appropriate?
Burgum, I think it's Burgum.
Burgum, I'm sorry, Burgum be the appropriate person to ask
Yes,
about
if
that?
you want the details of the plan, I can tell you what I understand from a rate-making perspective, but he would be a better expert on that.
Okay, I'll reserve my questions for him. Those are the only questions I have. Thank you.
Secan. Aoba.
Yes, Your Honor.
Well, actually,
I only have one or two questions for this.
okay, all right, up to you. So, wherever you're comfortable. So,
Yes, Ms. Smith,
yeah,
I think, is this working?
yeah, maybe pull it a little.
Ms. Smith, I think I heard you correctly in one of your comments on Mr. Bruce Oliver's testimony. And I believe I heard you say, please correct me if I'm wrong, that what Mr. Oliver was saying was that in regard to the fact that the company was using different numbers of weather normalized therms in its jurisdictional cost of service study, that resulted in the company not recovering its cost of service. Did I hear you correctly?
I think what I would say to that is that if we change the way that we're doing our calculations in Maryland, so maybe the answer is no.
Would you accept that what Mr. Oliver said in regard to that issue, I'm going to quote because I don't, do you have a copy of Mr.
I do
Oliver's
not.
testimony? I'm just going to quote. Would you accept that Mr. Oliver said that essentially Washington Gas's jurisdictional cost allocation understates weather normalized therm use for the company's District of Columbia service territory and thereby overstates Washington Gas's allocation of test year cost to its Maryland service territory due to Washington Gas use of inconsistent measures of normal weather heating degree days? Would you accept that that's Mr. Bruce Oliver's testimony?
I'll accept that that's his testimony, yes.
Thank you, Your Honor. That's all I have.
Okay, GSA. Montgomery County. Prince George's County. MEA.
No question.
Staff.
Real brief here, Mr. Chair. Hi, Ms. Smith. How are you?
Good, thank you.
Just want to check with you. You do use two cost of service studies. You've got the coincident peak, which looks at the system that day, that calendar day, with the highest deliveries on your system, correct? And the other factor you looked at was the non-coincident peak, which looks class by customer class specific peak day. So for the residentials, it might be January 10th. For the small commercials, it could be February 10th. Is that correct characterization of the two allocations methods?
Yes, that there's a coincident peak study and a non-coincident peak study, yes, and that those could be different.
And in your rebuttal attachment TMS R4, that is indeed an excerpt from the NARUC manual. Now, NARUC is the National Association of Regulatory Utility Commissioners. NARUC is the acronym. And there on page 27, if you could direct yourself to 27, halfway down the page, paragraph C is in Charlie.
Page 27 of the manual.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
I think
Okay,
it's
there.
you've got the
non-coincident.
there we go.
Mm-hmm.
And here it indicates, I'll read it here, this method, referring to the non-coincident method, what we call the NCP, would result in all classes of customers being allocated a portion of system cost based on their actual peak, regardless of the time of its occurrence, the peak's occurrence for that specific class. Returning back to the text, this method assigns costs to customer classes such as interruptibles and thereby reduces the cost allocated to heating customer under the peak demand method. The demand-related portion of distribution mains and transmission mains are commonly allocated on a non-coincident demand method. So the NARUC method certainly contemplates, under the NCP method, allocating to all the customer classes, and relevant here is the interruptible class. Is that correct?
Yes, that's one method that the manual lays out. Mm-hmm.
And you, in fact, on your rebuttal, page 37, I'll wait till you get there, page 37, line 21.
Line 21.
Starting on line 21, you do present the interruptible class NCP.
Yes, what I presented is a version of the non-coincident peak class cost study that I provided in direct that has the only change is the addition of interruptible class peak therm usage, which was not included in my direct testimony.
Okay, so this gives us data, in other words, on the interruptible NCP. as part of an NCP study, assuming interruptibles are used in that study, correct?
Just to be clear, yeah, it's not from the load studies that underlie the firm classes that are used in my direct testimony, but yes, that's what it does.
Okay, so then in other words, the interruptible class, like any other class, you can calculate their non-coincident peak. You look for that calendar day where they have the highest deliveries from Washington Gas.
Yes, that's possible to do, yes.
That's all I have, Your Honor.
Any redirect?
If a little house cleaning, if I could, Mr. Chairman, Ms. Smith, on October 8th, Ms. Smith, or the company on her behalf, filed an errata to her testimony that's located in the record. It's October 9th, 2023, as I mentioned. I don't have the mail log number, but without objection, I'd ask that it be moved into the record as well as Company Exhibit 14.
Okay, just identify that for me again.
It's an errata filed by the company on October 9th, 2023, on the docket in this case.
Okay, so marked.
305656 is the mail log number.
Okay, so it's Company Exhibit 14, and you're offering that into evidence, correct?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Without objection? So admitted.
No redirect, Mr. Chairman.
And questions from the commissioners? Commissioner O'Donnell.
No questions, Mr. Chairman.
Schlesman, none from me. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
So, are you, do you need a break? Okay, all right. Move on.
If I may, just one moment, Mr. Chairman.
Sure.
Yeah. Yes. Okay.
Okay, all right.
Should I
Give us-
proceed?
Give us a little break.
Sure, thank you.
Just tell me what number you leave off.
Take one, yeah, take one of these here.
Just put it in.
Get it there.
Have a problem with it. We're gonna have to push her back.
Everybody's waived it. Nobody even filed testimony. Yep, buy a break. What numbers are you using?
I'm on 15 now, so Don's direct is going to be 6. It's going to be, I'm on 14, so Don's direct is going to be 15.
Hold on. So, Tracy was 12.
Yeah, and then I also I threw in an errata.
So that was 14.
So
So
Don's
15.
testimony. Don's direct 15. Don's follow will be 16. Kim's direct will be 17.
No, they're good. No problem.
I am, like I said, try and just do Wagner.
Yeah, do Wagner too. And then Newfield would be 18.
Wait to see what.
Your Honor, before we call Ms. Nufrio, there were a number of other witnesses in line that were going to be called that other parties have waived. So with your leave, we would introduce those testimonies and exhibits.
Sure.
And Mr. Nichols will take care of that.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Next on our list is testimony, direct and rebuttal from company witness Don Preston. We would move that Mr. Preston's direct testimony be marked as Washington Gas Exhibit 15, and that Mr. Preston's rebuttal testimony be marked as Company Exhibit 16, and that they be entered into the record with the agreement of all parties having waived his the need to cross-examine him.
And seeing no objection, so admitted.
And I'll have 3 more witnesses I believe we can accomplish that for as well.
Okay.
The next on the list following Mr. Preston is the direct testimony of Kimberly Bell. I would ask that it be marked as Company Exhibit 17 and moved into the record without her needing to appear for cross-examination.
So marked and admitted.
Is that direct or rebuttal?
Direct.
The next witness is direct and rebuttal testimony from company witness James Wagner. I'd ask that Mr. Wagner's direct testimony be labeled as Company Exhibit 18, and that Mr. Wagner's rebuttal testimony be marked as Company Exhibit 19, and both be moved into the record without the need for him to appear for cross-examination.
Okay. So marked. So admitted.
And lastly, I would ask that the rebuttal testimony of company witness J.P. Arcuri be marked as Company WGL Exhibit 20, and that it be moved into the record without the need for Mr. Arcuri to appear for cross-examination. Mr. Arcuri is the last person on the
No, I
company.
understand. So, and his is rebuttal testimony?
Correct, only rebuttal testimony.
So marked as Company Exhibit 20 and without objection admitted.
Your Honor, if I may interject now, I apologize, I should have brought this up earlier. Staff has a witness, Bayan Ostrander. He lives in Topeka, Kansas, and my understanding, and the parties will correct me if I'm wrong, is that no one has cross-examined, wants to cross-examine him. So we were hoping to have him allowed to just stipulate the testimony in as we've been doing, given that it doesn't appear anyone has any questions for him.
And which one was that again?
Bayan Ostrander.
Oh, sure.
He deals with the cost of service adjustments.
Yeah, okay. Okay. Sounds good.
So is that
Yeah.
he's
I mean,
excused?
assuming
Yeah, my understanding is no one has any cross for him.
yeah, we'll be able to do that. So.
Thank you.
Your Honor, OPC likewise has some testimony to admit for which witnesses will not be crossed. But you can go ahead with that.
Which one is for you?
David J. Garrett's direct testimony of August 25th, 2023,
Okay.
consisting of 130 pages, including a cover page and table of contents, 88 pages of testimony, 18 exhibits, and 2 appendices. We would request be marked as OPC Exhibit 5
Okay.
and admitted into evidence without the need for him to appear for cross. We would request that Mr. Garrett's surrebuttal testimony of October 12th, 2023, consisting of a cover page and table of contents and 16 pages of testimony, be entered into the record as OPC Exhibit 6
So marked.
and admitted, again without his need to appear.
Without objection.
And then James A. Laco's direct testimony, of August 25th, 2023, consisting of 71 total pages, including a table of contents, 2 exhibits, an appendix, and 27 pages of testimony. We'd request that that be entered and admitted as OPC Exhibit 7.
So marked.
And we request that James A. Laco's surrebuttal testimony of October 12th, 2023, consisting of 35 total pages with a table of contents, 19 pages of testimony, and 1 exhibit, be entered as OPC Exhibit 8 and admitted, and again that Mr. Laco would not be required to appear for cross.
Without objection, so admitted.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Alrighty.
Thank you, Your Honor. Washington Gas would call Krista Nufrio to the stand. Good afternoon, Ms. Nufrio.
Hello, how are you?
Very well, thank you.
Good.
For the record, please, could I get you to put in your full name, your business title, and your business address?
Absolutely. My full name is Krista Nufrio, Nufrio. My title is VP and Controller of WGL, and my business address is 1000 Main Avenue, Southwest, Washington, D.C. 20024.
And Ms. Nufrio, do you have with you today a document entitled Rebuttal Testimony of Krista Nufrio, which consists of 11 pages of narrative testimony and 5 exhibits?
Yes, I do.
And is it correct that a couple of those exhibits are confidential in nature?
That is correct.
Okay. Ms. Nufrio, was this testimony prepared by you or under your direct supervision?
Yes, it was.
And do you have any corrections or changes to make to that testimony?
I do not.
So if the questions in this testimony were asked of you today, would your answers be the same, and do you adopt them as your sworn testimony in this proceeding?
They would be the same, and I do adopt them. Thank you.
Your Honor, we'd ask that Ms. Nufrio's rebuttal testimony be marked as Washington Gas Exhibit number 21. That would be the public version, and that the confidential version be marked Washington Gas Exhibit 21, capital C, as in confidential.
Wait a minute. Run that by me again.
Sure. The public version of her testimony, like all the other witnesses, is simply Washington Gas Exhibit 21.
Okay.
The confidential version for ease of reference in briefs and the like will be referenced as Washington Gas Exhibit 21, capital C.
Okay. Yeah, that works. So. Okay.
And we would ask that Ms. Nufrio's rebuttal testimony and accompanying exhibits be received into evidence.
Without objection, so admitted.
Ms. Nufrio, did you have an opportunity to receive and review testimony from AOBA witness from the Apartment and Office Building Administration in rebuttal to your testimony?
Yes, I have.
And do you have any comments to offer regarding that in live rejoinder?
I do. I would like to clarify the record on 3 points. The first, initially, or as an initial matter, the AOBA surrebuttal on page 24, lines 3 through 4, did state that my exhibit KN-R5 did not provide evidence that regulated utility Berkshire Hathaway Energy, or I should say Berkshire Hathaway Energy Utilities, did not provide services to non-regulated affiliates. My exhibit KN-R5 at page 7 of 11 did identify 2 of the Berkshire Energy regulated utilities that provide services to and receive services from Berkshire and all of its affiliates, which include unregulated entities. The regulated utilities were Mid-American Energy and Pacific Corp. Secondly, I did want to note that AOBA's, or the Apartment and Office Building Associations, which I hope I can reduced to AOBA, if that's okay. The surrebuttal testimony regarding service agreements with Washington Gas affiliate Sumco does not acknowledge that the nature of the service agreements allows for or does not provide a construct or a contract as to the services that must be provided. What I wanted to note specifically in the service agreement, which AOBA does cite language from directly, is that in the preamble to that information, that the agreement notes the services and facilities which the affiliate is prepared to render and furnish to the company as requested from time to time are set forth in general terms below. In this case, the affiliate is Sumco and the company is WG. Third, I still wanted to clarify that in the surrebuttal that AOBA contends that the role of Washington Gas as a provider of corporate shared services has increased in both dollar amounts and scope. However, my rebuttal testimony does demonstrate that the dollar amount of shared services provided has decreased since the merger with AltaGas. In addition, the scope of the services offered was in detailed testimony during the merger case, which was case number 9449. The Commission had the benefit of that information in deciding to approve the merger.
Thank you, and that concludes your rejoinder?
It does.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Nufrio is available for cross-examination.
OPC.
No questions.
AOBA.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Ms. Nefrio.
Hello.
Would you please turn to the table of contents of your rebuttal testimony?
I am there.
Now, the last entry under exhibits on that page references, quote, a utility service model assessment, unquote, that was prepared by Todd Jarovic and indicates that it is presented as Exhibit KNR5. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Am I correct that Mr. Jarovic was a rebuttal witness for Washington Gas in formal case number 1169 before the District of Columbia Public Service Commission, but he has not been presented as a witness for the company in this proceeding?
Yes, that is correct.
Now, I would like to introduce rebuttal testimony of Todd Jarovic in formal case number 1169 before the District of Columbia Public Service Commission.
We can go halfway. Thank you.
Your Honor, I would like to have marked as AOBA Exhibit 1, which is a complete copy of the rebuttal testimony of Washington Gas witness Jarovic, WG Exhibit U in DC PSC formal case number 1169.
So marked.
Would you agree, Ms. Nefria, that most of the information that is now presented in Exhibit KN-R5 in this proceeding was previously presented by Mr. Jarovic in his rebuttal exhibits WG U-2 and WG U-3 that were filed on January 6, 2023 in DC PSC formal case number 1169?
And Your Honor, if I might just interpose a request, this document is about 100 pages long, and even though Ms. Nufrio did introduce a smaller study by Mr. Jurovic, the question was, does most of it exist? I think we would be here for quite a while Ms. Nufrio did a comparison page by page to get to the response. So we can take that time if it's important.
Well, we'll get to my cross in a moment, but I am not going to be using the whole document, and at the end of my cross, I will state the pages that I'll be using.
Okay, all right, go ahead. So,
Shall I ask the question again, Ms. Nufria?
I did hear the question. I wasn't sure the clarifications that were just provided was response to your question or if it still stands, because I do agree it would take me some time to do a full comparison.
Okay, that was not my question.
Okay.
That was your counsel's comment.
Yeah, thank you.
Would you agree that most of the information that is now presented in Exhibit KN R5 in this proceeding was previously presented by Mr. Jurovic in his rebuttal exhibits WGU2 and WGU3 that were filed on January 6, 2023 in the proceeding before the D.C. Public Service Commission, formal case number 1169?
I would not be able to assert that all of the information is in both reports. I do believe that there is a good number of pages that are similar, but again, I would have to verify that.
Okay. Well, let's take a moment and verify, because I didn't ask about the whole testimony. All I asked about was rebuttal exhibits WG U-2 and U-3. So please take a moment and see that most of that information was that you presented in KNR5 was presented by Mr. Jurovic in those two exhibits, U-2 and U-3.
If I might inquire through the bench just for help identification, Ms. Francis, when you say U, do you mean the exhibit U and then sub-paragraph 2 in the table?
When I look at what has just been marked as AOBA Exhibit 1, it is labeled at the top of the page, which is Washington Gas's exhibit numbers, formal case number 1169. Underneath that, it says Exhibit WG U-2, and it says Activity and Cost Assessment Report. Then further on down, we have something marked. We'll get to it.
U-2. Does she mean that?
U-3, which is marked at the top of the page, formal case number 1169, exhibit WGU-3. Underneath it says supporting slides.
I'm with you now. Thank you, Ms. Francis.
That's what I will be focusing on, Ms. Nufria, for most of my cross.
So I'm able to ascertain from a review here that starting on KNR5, page 2, with section 2, service model assessment, through page 10, which is through figure 2.5, 2-5.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
Yep, I'm sorry. I'll get closer.
Okay. Let's just go back. You said starting on page 2 of 11.
Correct.
Of KNR-5.
Yes.
It says service model assessment.
Correct.
We're starting there, and where are we going through?
We are going to page 10 of 11 and ending with figure 2-5.
Including figure 2-5,
Correct.
correct?
Yes, that's
So
right.
it stops at page 10, service company creation cost number 3?
Yes, from what I can tell.
And those, so what's in your KNR5 is also in Mr. Jurovic's testimony, correct?
Those portions that I mentioned, yes.
Now, please turn to page 1 of Mr. Jarovic's rebuttal testimony, Exhibit U, filed on January 6th before the D.C. Public Service Commission, informal case 1169.
So the top reads introduction and qualifications.
Correct.
Thank
That's
you.
correct. Witness Jarovic's rebuttal testimony filed on January 6th in Washington Gas case number 1169 in the District of Columbia at page 1, lines 3 through 5, and lines 19 through 20 indicates Mr. Jarovic as a principal of Strategy and, which is part of the PwC network that is owned by Booz and Company. Would it be accurate to state that Mr. Jarovic is not a direct employee of Washington Gas or a direct employee of any Washington Gas affiliate?
That's correct.
Now, please turn to page 2 of 53 in Mr. Jarovic's Exhibit U-2, filed on January 6, 2023, informal case number 1169.
Could you repeat the page number for me?
2 of 53.
Thank you. I'm there.
Are you there? Okay. Does the first paragraph on page 2 of 53 in Exhibit U-2 indicate that Mr. Jarovic was retained, and I'm quoting, to provide an independent assessment of cost incurred by Alta Gas Limited and allocated to Washington Gas, end quote?
That is a correct rereading of that paragraph, yes.
The pages of Exhibit U3, please turn to U3, are all labeled in the upper right-hand corner as supporting slides. Are you with me?
I am.
Am I correct that those pages represent supporting slides for the content of U-2?
Yes, that's correct.
Were exhibits U2 and U3 prepared under the same contractual arrangement with Mr. Jarovic?
I am not the direct contracting officer with Mr. Jarovic.
Well, let me give
So
you a
I-
reference.
so subject to-
Let's turn to U2, page 2 of 3, paragraph 2.
I'm there.
Okay. Okay. As I read down in the second paragraph, it says, WGL Holdings retained Todd, the first paragraph, Todd Jarovic, a principal with Strategy N, to provide an independent assessment of the cost incurred by Alta Gas and allocated to Washington Gas Light Company. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, looking down in the second paragraph, it says, referring to the report, our services were performed, and this report was developed in accordance with the PwC engagement letter dated October 1st, 2022, and are subject to the terms and conditions included therein, correct?
I believe, just to make sure it's for the record correctly, I think you mentioned October, but it's actually December. But yes,
December.
you're correct. Yep.
December 1st, 2022. Okay, and then it goes down a little further. It says our work was limited to the specific procedures and analysis described herein and was based only on the information made available by Alta Gas and WGL. Is that correct?
Yes, I've found where you're reading from. That's correct.
Now, this paragraph, introduction and approach to analysis, this was included within your testimony, correct?
I don't believe it would have been verbatim, but I'm going to go
Well-
verify, because the first section would have clarified that the scope of my exhibit was for this proceeding.
You attached in your testimony, looking at page 1 of 53, you attached you attached starting at service model assessment on page 2 of 11. We discussed that previously, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And as well as everything up to the first top of page 10, correct?
I started, or the inclusion would have been at section 2, service model assessment.
Correct?
Yes.
Yes, okay. So, when you included this, had you reviewed Mr. Jurovic's full report?
The one you're referring to is the
U2, U2 and U3. Had you
U2 and
reviewed
U3?
that?
Yes, I did have the opportunity to review it.
And at that time, can you tell me, were U2 and U3 done or completed under the same arrangement with Todd Jurovic?
Asked and answered, Your Honor. Ms. Nufrio indicated she wasn't the contracting officer, and she doesn't have the answer to that question.
Your Honor, I wasn't asking about specific contracting authority. I was asking if they're both included and attached to her testimony. Were they both included with the same agreement as included in the first paragraph of page 2 of 53 of Washington Gas U2? If the witness doesn't know, that's okay.
You can respond. If you know, say so. If not, then that's fine.
Well, no, I would just note that the introduction and approach sections that we're comparing here are different for a reason, because they are introducing the fact that these two different reports were prepared for different reasons. So I do want to make sure that that is clear.
Okay, didn't we just discuss, maybe we didn't, I can go back over it, are everything that is included in U2, which you contained in your, attached to your testimony in KN5, everything from service model assessment all the way through page 10, we just discussed this comes directly from Mr. Jurovic's testimony from U2 and U3. Is that comes from?
I guess what I'm trying to note is that the scope of and the purpose of the DC report is much broader and addresses more things or more topics than the report that I've included in my testimony. I just want to make that clear, and included in the introduction, there are differences in the description of the scope of that work. So while a section is similar between the two, which I haven't gone by word for word to compare they are exactly similar, they are similar, but that does not mean the two reports are therefore synonymous or the same.
Ms. DeFreo, I am prepared right now to go through this word for word. So, word for word, this report, starting at service model assessment, going all the way through page 10 of 11, the first half of the page up through figure 2.5, is, except for one or two minor exceptions that we're going to go through, word for word the same as Mr. Jurovic's U2 and repeated again in Mr. Jurovic's U3. Would you like me to go through that word for word with you?
I would like to maybe just have an acknowledgement that being presented with this type of comparison on the stand without being asked to do that beforehand, I would like to caveat that I haven't done that. I do believe they are very similar. I just wanted to caveat it that I haven't done that word for word comparison. So I think sitting here today, if you feel like that is necessary to get the point across, I'm happy to do that. I just have not had that opportunity to do it. And being here, sitting here today, I don't want to say I have, because I have not.
And Your Honor, well, and Your Honor, if I could for a minute, Perhaps we can get a proffer from AOBA. I mean, Ms. Nufrio has material in her testimony that she's willing to answer questions on and stand cross on. The DC testimony was longer, covered more issues. I just don't see the relevance of why the entire DC testimony should be compared and what the value to the Maryland proceeding is that a similar issue was litigated in a different jurisdiction.
Well, we're going to get to this because I'm only focused, other than me mentioning page 1, we are only going to be talking about U2 and U3. And except for a couple of instances, which I am prepared to go through, those instances with Ms. Nufrio right now, it is word for word the same as what was put into testimony by Mr. Jarovic.
To speed this up, Your Honor, the company's happy to accept, subject to check, that the language is nearly identical and we can leave it for briefing if there's differences, just to speed things up.
All right, so that's what we're going to do. So let's move on.
I'll
So.
accept that. Now, am I correct that your exhibit KNR5, figure 2-5, on page 10 of 11, contains much of the same information as witness Jarovic's comparison of the 2021 utility company shared services provided in his exhibit WGU2 that was filed on January 6, 2023 in formal case 1169.
Do you have the page number of the figure you're comparing for me, just to help me make sure I'm comparing the right things?
Figure KNR5, page 10 of 11.
Yes.
Okay.
And then which figure in U?
Contains much of the same information as witness Jarovic's comparison of 2021 utility company shared services provided in WGU2 that was filed in formal case 1169.
Again, Your Honor, just for clarification, I'm still trying to speed things up here. Ms. Francis, do you say there's another chart that's identical, or are you asking Ms. Nufrio to read those 50 pages to see if it was condensed properly into a chart?
I'm comparing two charts, Mr. Butler.
So the chart then would be on which page, ma'am?
I just said 2-5 in KNR5 compared to the 2021 utility company shared services provided in U2 that was filed on January 6th in formal case 1169.
Thank you, ma'am. U-2 has 53 pages. Do you know which page of 53?
I just said figure 2-5. I just said figure 2-5 on page 10 of 11. Look at page 10 of 11 on your witness's exhibit.
Your Honor, could we go off the record and perhaps Ms. Francis and I can resolve this quicker that way?
I think we're having problems.
None of us can find it.
Yeah.
Because this looks like
This is Ms. Nufrio's exhibit. The utility service model is KNR5. Here, Mr. Chairman, here it is.
All right.
This is your witness's exhibit.
Right here.
No, 2-5, page 10 of 11.
Yeah. We have that.
That's all I'm talking about. That's what I want her to start with.
Okay. Right.
Okay, just,
And which one on U2?
that's what I'm getting for.
Okay.
Look at that, Mr. Jarovic's testimony, figure 3-7, page 22 of 53.
22 of 53.
So you're comparing it to 2-6.
I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
2-6 is what?
No, 2-5.
Right, but in terms of the DC, are you trying to compare
DC,
2-6?
DC, it is figure 3-7 on page 22 of 53.
We're with her.
Yeah, I'm there now. Oh, thank you.
looking at these two exhibits, would you agree that these two exhibits contain much of the same information?
Again, Your Honor, subject to check, the company will accept that subject to check at a later, more leisurely basis.
Okay, fair enough.
Would
Thank you.
you accept, Ms. DeFrio, that Exhibit KNR5 contains 6 figures, and 5 of those figures map directly to the figures presented in Mr. Jarovic's Exhibit WGU-2? And by figures, I mean, you look at page 3 of 11 of your KN5, R5. Page 3 is figure 2.1. Figure 2.2 is on page 6 of 11. Figure 2.3 is on page 7 of 11. Figure 2.4 is on page 9 of 11. Figure 2.5 is on 10 of 11. Would you agree that those are the same?
I believe, yes, those are substantially the same between the two reports.
Would you accept that figure 3-1 on page 1111 of KNR5 is the only figure presented in KNR5 that does not map directly to information presented in Mr. Jarovic's Exhibit WGU-2 in formal case 1169?
As best as I can ascertain, yes, I agree.
Now, please turn to the very last page of Exhibit KNR5 and focus on figure 3.1 on the upper portion of that page, page 11 of 11 in Exhibit KNR5.
I'm there.
Okay. Does figure 3.1 on page 11 of 11 in KNR5 present cost estimates for each of the 5 categories?
It does.
Do I perceive correctly that for each of the 5 cost categories reflected in figure 3.1, the upper end of the cost range shown is exactly 2 times the lower end value? Is that correct?
The math does seem to work to be that. Yes, it is a range.
Exactly 2 times, correct?
I believe doing mental math, I get there. Yes.
Am I correct that you have provided no work papers to support the estimates for the lower and upper ends of the cost ranges presented in figure 3.1 in Exhibit KNR5?
There's no additional supporting exhibits that are provided behind these numbers. The report does acknowledge that we did not engage Strategy and to do a bottoms-up cost estimate for creating a service company. So we did ask just for ranges. And I would say that based on my experience related to a number of these types of activities and understanding what it would take to establish a service company, that these cost ranges appeared reasonable to me.
But you have no supporting work papers for those ranges, correct?
Asked and answered, Your Honor.
She did say that at the beginning of her answer, so let's move on.
Now, I'd like you to reference AOBA Exhibit 1 and turn to U2, page 22 of 53. And on that page, I'm going to ask you to focus on figure 3-7, which is titled Alta Gas and WGL Services Comparison. Do you see that?
I do.
Are the contents of 3-7, Exhibit U2, from formal case number 1169, virtually identical to the contents of Figure 2-5 on page 10 of 11 in Exhibit KNR5, except that Figure 3-7 in Exhibit U2 includes a column for AltaGas that is not found in KNR5, Figure 2-5 in this proceeding.
I do agree there is an extra column, or an additional column, I guess I should say, on page 22 of 53 of Exhibit WGU-2 for AltaGas services. In addition, the header of the table is also different for that distinguishment.
Your Honor, at this point, I am going to move to strike Exhibit KNR5. That exhibit was prepared, as we have established, independently by Mr. Jarovic. It was not prepared by witness Nefrio. The company has provided no evidence that this witness has firsthand knowledge of the manner in which that exhibit was prepared, the data used, and the methodologies used in the preparation of the content of that exhibit. And if we look at the attestation attached to the testimony of Mr. Jarovic, it says, I, Todd Jarovic, whose testimony accompanies this attestation, states that such testimony was prepared by me or under my direct supervision. We established up front that Mr. Jarovic does not work for Washington Gas, does not work for Washington Gas Light Holdings or AltaGas. So I move that the exhibit KN-R5 be stricken from the record.
Well, actually, we're going to deny the motion to strike. We will accord whatever weight is deemed appropriate to this testimony, and we've understood the cross-examination and points that you've made in this, but we're going to leave it in the record as stands.
Okay, I'm going to continue with my cross.
Sure.
Okay. In Figure 2-5, in KNR5, includes information for 16 companies with Washington Gas shown in the far right-hand column. Do you see that?
Yes.
Can you tell the Commission the criteria that were used to select the companies shown in this comparison?
The criteria was to use other utilities that utilize a shared service or centralized service model.
To use other utilities that, say the end of your sentence again, please.
That utilize a centralized shared service model.
Can I assume Ms. Nefrio, that you are familiar with the difference between a holding company and an operating company?
Yes.
Could you please tell me what is your definition of a holding company?
A holding company is more of a corporate entity that holds operating companies or other types of entities underneath it.
They own other companies.
Correct.
And that's their primary business, correct?
Correct.
Now, could you tell me the definition of an operating company?
Operating company executes on whatever it is designed to do.
Would you
which
agree?
could be many things. A utility is a great example of an operating company.
It could provide services or could produce products or both.
Yes.
Correct?
Correct.
Would you agree that Washington Gas is an operating company that has no direct subsidiaries?
Correct.
Could you please identify each company listed in KNR5 that has no direct subsidiaries other than Washington Gas?
Can you make sure, I want to make sure I understand that question. Can you repeat it?
Would you agree or please identify, let's start that way. Please identify each company. Please look at KNR5. Would you agree that none of those companies, let me scratch that. I'm going to start over. Would you please identify each company in KNR5 that has no direct subsidiaries other than Washington Gas?
I am not familiar, or I guess I'm going to say that I'm not 100% familiar with the organizational structures for these entities. That's not something that I would know on kind of just normal basis.
Well, didn't you say earlier that this chart contained other utilities that provided services similar to Washington Gas?
Yes.
Okay. And we just established that Washington Gas was an operating company. So do you know if these companies on figure 2.5 are any of them, excuse me, are all of them except for Washington Gas holding companies?
These descriptions aren't, these are kind of just they are not the legal names of the entities. So one, I don't know for sure if they're referring directly to the individual utility company. But, you know, Southern Company Gas, for example, has gas utilities within it. So, but when you refer to Southern Company Gas, it is really referring to their operating utilities. So these are the shared services that their utilities, gas utilities, have.
Southern Company Gas is not an operating company. Rather, it is a parent of Alta Gas Light Company, AGL, as well as Virginia Natural Gas, Chattanooga Gas, and Nicor Gas. Would you agree?
Again, I don't have their detailed organizational structure. I mentioned that Southern Gas Company refers to a number of different gas utilities that are operating companies under Southern Gas Company.
But it is not an independent operating utility, is it?
This is meant to represent the services within those utilities. So it is their utilities
It is a
in
holding
aggregate.
company. It is a holding company that holds utilities, correct?
I can't,
You don't know?
I'm not able to say that with 100% certainty.
So you don't know the makeup of the companies on figure 2-5 where it says WGL services comparison. Is that a fair statement?
As I mentioned, this table is comparing utilities that have centralized service companies. As to the headers and what those mean or intend to mean, it means the utilities within these companies and the shared services that the utilities have.
I believe the words that you are using are incorrect. When you say this chart contains utilities, let's be more precise. Does this chart contain, except for Washington Gas, holding companies that may have utilities as an affiliate?
I will have to just continue to note that the introduction to the table notes that it is comparing services of other utilities. So as I mentioned, the headers are meant to be more broad to indicate the utilities within these companies. So it is not meant to indicate that this is a comparison of a holding company service model. It is comparing the services within the utilities of those companies.
But Ms. Nufrio, you and I had a conversation about defining a holding company and an operating company,
I
correct?
understand, yes.
We determined that Washington Gas is an operating company, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so there is a distinction, correct?
There is a distinction between a holding company and a utility or an operating company, yes.
And I keep hearing within your statement, it's a little bit cloudy in terms of my understanding, that you don't know from what you see in this chart whether the titles on the top of the page, and I can go through them, I have a list of them in larger print, whether those are holding companies or utilities that are operating, just utilities. Because I hear in your answer, you suggest that they're utilities with many utilities under them. Well, then that way they wouldn't be a utility, they would be a holding company, correct?
I don't know how to answer it any differently. I would refer back to page 9 of 11 again, where the introduction to this table notes that we compared the types of services provided by WGL to its affiliates to other utilities that utilize a centralized shared service model. See the figure. So that's what I'll continue to refer to as the grounding of what is included in the table.
What I'm trying to do is to get at the basis of that statement on page 9 of 11. So let's stop for a minute. One of the companies on that list are Exelon, correct?
I see Exelon listed, yes.
Now, Exelon is not a utility, is it?
No, it is not.
Okay. Now, also on this list is AEP. AEP is not a utility, correct?
I don't know their operating model for sure. I know AEP refers to the American Electric Power Company.
But you don't know whether it's a holding company or an operating company.
Your Honor, I'm going to interpose an objection on relevance grounds. Ms. Nufrio has answered routinely at what the intent of this chart is intended to be, and Ms. Francis is going on a trivia exploration contest about what each company does. The report stands on its own. It's a limited nature report.
I understand that, but, and I understand the point you're trying to make, so why don't we cut to the chase about what the witness knows regarding the companies on this chart and move on?
Your Honor, I just want to respond to Mr. Buckley. It is a key issue of when she is producing a chart that says she is comparing other companies, other utilities to Washington Gas, and they have the same business
And
model.
I understand that, but what the point I'm trying to get is let's find out what the witness knows about the companies on this chart, and that once that's established, let's move on to something else.
Okay, that's what I was trying to do by going
Okay.
through each
Well, let's-
utility.
Well, let's not go through every single company.
Okay, let me ask a couple more. Duke Energy, is that a holding company or an operating utility company?
It is a holding company, as you state it, yes.
Dominion Energy, that's a holding company, correct?
Correct.
First Energy, that's a holding company, correct?
I'm not as familiar with First Energy.
I'll move on. Am I correct that the only company included in witness dissentus proxy group for ROE estimation purposes that is also included in figure 2-5 in exhibit KNR-5 is NiSource?
Objection beyond the scope. Questions on Mr. Diascendis's return on equity testimony is not covered anywhere in Ms. Nufrio's testimony.
Your Honor, we're talking about the same companies. If she doesn't know the answer, that's more than an acceptable answer.
And if you know the answer, you can respond. If you don't, say you don't know.
I do not know.
Okay.
Can you tell the commission why firms such as Atmos Energy, New Jersey Natural Gas, Northwest Natural Gas, One Gas, and Spire Inc. that are included in witness dissentus proxy group are not included in the comparisons in figure 2 in KNR-5?
Again, if you know the answer, you can answer. If not,
I do not know.
Would you accept, subject to check, that none of the companies listed in witness DeSantis proxy group, other than NiSource, are included in the comparison table in figure 2 in KNR-5?
Repeat the objection, Your Honor.
and same bottom line. If you know, answer. If not, move on.
Yep, I do not know.
Now, please turn to section 3 of KNR 5, which starts at the bottom half of the page, of page 10 of 11.
I'm there.
Now, section 3 is titled Service Company Creation Illustrative Cost Ranges, correct?
I was on page 10 of 11, which
Wait.
it is service
I'm
company
sorry, I gave
creation
you,
cost.
excuse me, scratch that. I'll start over. Turn to section 3, exhibit KNR 5, which starts on the bottom half of page 10, where it says service company creation cost.
Yes.
Am I correct that in the second paragraph, in that section, it is stated, quote, "A bottoms-up estimate of the cost to create a WGL service company was not within the scope of this report," end quote. Is that your statement or Mr. Jarovic's statement?
That is included in Mr. Jarovic's report.
Is it your position that witness T. Oliver has advocated the formation of a WGL service company?
That is my understanding of his testimony.
Do you have a copy of his testimony available?
I do.
Could you point me to any place in Mr. T. Oliver's testimony in which he advocates the formation of a WGL service company?
There are a couple places I would point to.
Well, please point them to me.
Thank you. So I am on couple pages. I guess it's all within, trying to figure out a good way to summarize it. It's really within section 3 on page 42. And there's a few questions that address the shared service structure of Washington Gas, as well as the use of a service company for Washington Gas.
Please point to me on page 42 by line numbers where you believe that Mr. Oliver made the recommendation that he's recommending the formation of a WGL service company. I'm on page 42. Just tell me the line numbers.
So I was referring to the section just so you could start where I was, because I think there's a few sections within there that would be relevant. If I'm on page 43, one of the areas that Mr. T. Oliver discusses is the, starting on line 15, is there's been no effort to fully segregate WGL Holdings non-regulated business activities or move those under a separate AltaGas entity.
Okay, where is the recommendation that Mr. Oliver, where he said that he advocates the formation of a WGL service company? Specific recommendation.
The recommendation that he makes is that, let me make sure I have the language right, does not specifically call for a shared service. It is implied, and that's what I'm trying to point out in a couple places. The actual recommendation is on page 44, starting on line 19. Second, the Commission should direct Washington Gas and AltaGas to terminate Washington Gas's service company role for both WGL Holdings affiliates and AltaGas U.S. affiliates within 6 months of the conclusion of this proceeding.
Okay, let's talk about that. That is not a recommendation to specifically form a WGL service company, is it?
As I mentioned, then there's some context to the recommendation that I was trying to point out. The other area where I would point that out is that it is also noted on the question on page 44, which starts on line 2, where on line 5, they noted it's far more common for the parent company to maintain a separate service company to provide such services.
But Ms. Nefrio, we agree that Mr. Tim Oliver discussed WG's use of a service company on these pages. And on page 44, he specifically says affiliate service recommendations on line 13. Do you see that?
I do.
Okay, now we're talking about his recommendations. He said that the commission first should find that WGL's affiliate transactions negatively impact the transparency of the company's rate-making cost determinations. Would you agree that that's his recommendation? On line 17.
Yes, it reads that. Yeah, I wasn't following along as you said it, so I want to make sure that.
Should I say it again?
Yes, please, that would be great.
On line 17 on page 44, Tim Oliver's specific recommendation is that the commission should find that WG's affiliate transactions negatively impact the transparency of the company's rate-making cost determination. Would we agree?
Yes, you left out in this proceeding, but I agree, yes.
Okay, his second recommendation in this case is the commission should direct Washington Gas and AltaGas to terminate WG's role for both WGL Holdings affiliates and AltaGas affiliates within 6 months of the conclusion of this case, correct?
Correct.
Okay. His third recommendation to this commission is that the commission should immediately terminate the provisions of WG's service agreement with SEMCO. Would you agree with that? I can continue reading.
Yep.
Yes, okay. Fourth, the commission should find the company has failed to justify the cost SEMCO Energy has allocated to Washington Gas for executive services, correct?
Yes.
Okay. In his recommendations under that section, there is nothing specifically that recommends that, where he advocates for the formation of a WGL service company. Is that correct?
He does not explicitly state that, as I mentioned. There's a lot of language leading up to those recommendations, which would lead one to believe that a shared service company being formed would be the logical result of the recommendation to terminate what we do today for shared services.
Would a more precise statement be that it leads you to believe?
Absolutely, you could say that.
Am I correct that Washington Gas presently provides services to AltaGas Power Holdings subsidiaries that are outside of the WGL corporate umbrella, which is on KNR1, page 29?
So AltaGas, you said Power, I just want to make sure I have what you said correct. Power, Holding U.S., AltaGas Power Holding U.S. Inc., is that which entity you were referring to?
Let me just get to mine. I'll repeat the question. Am I correct that Washington Gas presently provides services to AltaGas Power Holdings subsidiaries that are outside of the WGL corporate umbrella? And I am looking at KNR-1, page 29.
When you say the, so I guess I would characterize it a couple ways. WGL Holdings Inc. is part of the AltaGas family, of which AltaGas Power Holding U.S. holds power entities, as you're mentioning. So they are within the AltaGas structure. They are not, however, if this would be your follow-up question, those entities are not owned by WGL Holdings Inc.
I don't think you're answering my question. Let's both look at the chart together. Am I correct that Washington Gas, you see Washington Gas Light Company on the left-hand side towards the bottom of the page?
Yes.
am I correct that Washington Gas presently provides services to AltaGas Power Holdings, you can see them on the top right-hand part of the page, subsidiaries that are outside of the WGL corporate umbrella?
So I'll answer it with two components. One, Washington Gas Light Company does provide services to AltaGas Power Holding US Inc. Subsidiaries. Yes, those entities are part of the AltaGas family. So when you say the WGL structure, I consider WGL as part of the broader AltaGas family.
Ms. Nufrio, am I correct that you have provided no work papers to support the estimates that are presented in figure 3-1 on page 11 of 11 in KN-5?
Objection asked and answered.
I do remember that question before, so.
Okay. Maybe I've gotten my notes confused. May I have a moment, Your Honor?
Sure.
I believe what the witness said was that she had provided no exhibits to support it. I am asking about work papers, and that was the difference in the question, and that's why I repeated it.
I have not provided formal work papers in this case.
Yeah.
Thank you, Your Honor. That was the difference in the question.
Sorry, that's what I meant with exhibits. I don't have all the
Sure.
regulatory lingo down all the time.
That's all the questions I have.
Okay, thank you. GSA. Montgomery County, Prince George's County.
No questions, Your Honor. Thank you.
Maryland Energy Administration.
No questions, Your Honor.
Staff.
Staff has no questions. Thank you.
Redirect.
I do, Your Honor. Hopefully limited. Ms. Nufrio, during the course of that lengthy discussion, do you recall Ms. Francis talking to you about the difference between service corporations and a shared service model such as the one Washington Gas has, where there's shared services from existing corporations?
Yes.
So are you familiar with any other primary descriptive models of how corporations provide services to each other? In other words, is it either a holding company or is it the way that Washington Gas and many other utilities provides it?
Yeah, absolutely. I would note that, and really the purpose of the schedule that we discussed with a lot of thoroughness, my Exhibit 5, was really meant to show that WG is not an outlier in the way that we provide shared services in our company structure. So there's also many ways to do it, which is the other component of that report.
So understood. So if Mr. Oliver is recommending that Washington Gas be ordered to terminate the provision of shared services under its current model, the only other alternative is a service corporation, correct?
Your Honor, I'm going to object to that. That's Mr. Buckley testifying.
Well,
Foundation of that question has not been given, that is the only other option. There's no foundation for that.
all right. Why don't you, I understand where you're going with this. Just rephrase the question to eliminate the specific aspect that Ms. Francis.
Understood, Your Honor. Actually, I'll withdraw the question because in response to the earlier answer, Ms. Nufrio gave us what we needed, and that concludes our redirect.
Questions from the commissioners? Mr. Sushman? Commissioner O'Donnell? Okay, none for me. Thank you very much.
Okay. Your Honor, I do want to move into evidence portions of ALBA Exhibit 1.
Okay.
So Your Honor, if I,
Well, let's.
oh, portions, I apologize.
Yeah. So let's hear what she's got.
Yep.
What she wants to put in first, though.
Okay. Well, definitely want to put in Washington Gas Exhibit U-2, which says Activity and Cost Assessment Report. I would also like to put in Washington Gas U3, supporting slides from formal case number 1169. The attestation, which is on the last page of the document, from Todd Jarovic. I would also like to put in I guess I'd like to put in the table of contents and pages 1 and 2.
With those limitations, Your Honor, Washington Gas has no objection to it being received into evidence.
Okay, so those portions of the Jarovic testimony from the Washington Gas Light DC rate case will be admitted into the record.
The commission is ready to proceed. The Washington Gas Company would call its next witness, Robert Torniemi.
Yeah, actually, why don't we take a 15-minute recess and we'll come back at 4 o'clock. Looks like this guy's going to be alone, so that was right. Okay, all right.
Of course, he does have really thick testimony.
All right, back on the record.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Before we begin, just one quick preliminary matter. I just wanted to inform the commission. The parties have conferred, and if agreeable to the commission, of course, this can be our last witness for today, if that's an
Actually,
appropriate breaking
I
point.
was thinking along those same lines. So
We suspected you
I
were.
think we're fine. So.
As I stated, the company calls company witness Torniemi to the stand. The witness is ready to be sworn.
I do.
Sir, could you say your name and pronounce it clearly for the record so everybody can try and get it right?
My name is Robert E. Turanimi. My title with the company is the Chief Regulatory Accountant. My business address is 6801 Industrial Road, Springfield, Virginia.
And how long have you been employed by the company?
I just finished my 27th year.
And you said your title. Did you offer direct and rebuttal testimony in this case?
I did.
And do you have a copy of that direct and rebuttal testimony with you on the stand? And am I correct that your direct testimony consists of 72 pages of narrative questions and answers?
It does.
And am I correct that your rebuttal testimony consists of 93 pages of narrative questions and answers?
That's correct.
Is that testimony accompanied by any exhibits?
It is, yes.
Does either your direct or rebuttal testimony or exhibits include any confidential information?
They both include confidential information. In the direct testimony, the question and answer portion of my testimony is all public, but there are a couple of components that comprise some of the adjustments in the exhibits that are confidential. In the rebuttal, there are a couple of places as well in the testimony that are confidential.
Thank you. Do you have any corrections, changes, or updates to make to the testimony that we have just discussed?
I have none to the direct, but I do have a few for the rebuttal testimony.
Please proceed.
Yeah. The first one is on page 2, on line 10. Near the end of that line, I would like to delete the name Costco. Mr. Costco is not providing testimony, rebuttal testimony in this case. The second one is on page 54. And it's on line 22, or 20, sorry, line 20. Near the end of that sentence, I would like to change the word customers to the company. On the next page, page 55, at line 14 and 15, those two numbers need to be changed as well. The first number should read 5,725,169. And then the second number should be in brackets, negative 5,725,169, close the bracket.
Thank you. Anything else?
On page 62, line 9, Mr. Costco shows up again, and that section of the testimony is addressed by Ms. Musgrove.
Thank you.
And then the last one is on page 81, line 18. Starting near the end of the line, I'd like to replace the phrase that starts with the dollar amount 324,960 with $270,488, and then in parentheses it's 801,370 times 83.08%, and then the rest continues on times 0.4062. That's it.
Thank you. Mr. Torniemi, before I give you a chance to offer any rejoinder. I did want to give you an opportunity to address the question that Commissioner Suchman posed earlier. If the Commissioner was interested in hearing your response now, we can certainly do that.
Yeah. So the question, as I understood it, was whether or not we still had any forecasted information in this case related to our plant-related adjustments. When we prepared the direct testimony, we started with test year amounts and we forecasted those forward through August. We used August because at that time we thought the procedural schedule would allow us to be able to get actual information as of August and be able to present it in time for the hearing. When we prepared my rebuttal testimony, we had actual information through July, so we substituted all of the forecasted information for January through July with actuals, and we excluded the forecasts beyond that. So everything now in the testimony includes actual information, and the forecasts
Okay.
are no longer there.
So just to be clear, I was asked earlier about stride. Does that include non-stride as well?
Yes, both.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Thank you. Mr. Tornimi, did you have an opportunity to review the rebuttal testimony that was filed in this case?
I did.
Did you have the chance to review the rebuttal testimony filed on behalf of staff by staff witness Tess Faye?
I did, yes.
And did you have any rejoinder testimony?
I do have a few things, yes. Staff witness Tess Faye made an incremental recommendation in his rebuttal testimony to exclude certain projects that were incurred during the test year related to certain stride and non-stride items, plus a few other components. And as I understand his testimony, he excluded those amounts because his assessment was those projects were not placed in service. And I would like to remind the Commission that historically the policy has been for test year amounts that were not placed in service, they remain in construction work in progress, and construction work in progress is a component traditionally of rate base in this case. And so the treatment that Mr. Tesfaye had recommended in this case is contrary to what traditionally the Commission had done with actual amounts as of test year, because some of them are real actual, they're just in construction work in progress and remain in that category going forward. There were also two individual projects that Mr. Tesfaye had recommended disallowance of. One of them related to $2.6 million of land that the company identified as being purchased for non-utility purposes. That amount was never in the test year in the first place, so pulling it out is not necessary. The third piece of plant that he removed related to the leasehold improvements for the company's headquarters in Washington, D.C. Leasehold improvements, if you're not familiar with the term, are the build-out of office space. So it's putting up the walls, the furniture, all of that makes the office sort of habitable going forward. The company moved into that space in 2007. Some of the interior work wasn't completed until 2019, but Mr. Tesfaye removed it because it wasn't safety related. And I don't understand what the purpose of eliminating, office-based facilities on the safety basis. It was, it's actually in service in the last rate case. So I think that that's inappropriate to remove that property. I think that's it for Mr. Tesfaye.
Thank you. Did you have the opportunity to review the server rebuttal testimony of staff witness Ostrander?
I did, yes.
And did you have any
I have a
testimony you
few
wanted to
things,
offer in rejoinder?
Mr. Ostrander, following up on Mr. Tesfayer's recommended elimination, removed those amounts from gas plant in service and then calculated a depreciation effect and an accumulated depreciation effect. Construction work in progress doesn't have depreciation calculated on it until it goes into service. So, regardless, first I don't think that the plants should have been removed, but then to apply a depreciation expense on them is also inappropriate. The third item for Mr. Ostrander was a criticism he made about that it appeared my testimony stated that staff did not make any adjustments related to stride and post safety related plant because I had zeros in the comparative column. That column was intended to show what was left in, not what was taken out. And so in all instances, staff's recommendation was to disallow all of the forward-looking adjustments that Washington Gas had proposed, and the zeros in that case were intended to show that staff removed all of those, not that they didn't remove anything. The fourth one that I'd like to talk about was the presentation in my testimony related to overall O&M growth subsequent to the test year. Mr. Ostrander, as I read his testimony, seems to be implying that I am asking the commission to substitute 2023 actual expenses annualized in this case. The purpose of that rebuttal was to just demonstrate that, in my opinion, some of the adjustments that Mr. Ostrander made to reduce expenses weren't representative of what is likely to happen in the rate year in this case, and provided just some corroborative evidence to do that. It was not intended to change any of what I was proposing in this case. And then I think the last, I guess there's two more. Related to costs related to the call center. In our rebuttal testimony, Washington Gas proposed a reduction to the call center costs. Mr. Ostrander disagreed with that calculation and provided an alternative to that. When I reviewed his calculation, he used an amount for actual expenses through June of 2023 that was $2.9 million understated. He used a figure of $3,742,939 when the actual amounts, which are included in my exhibit RETR8, adjustment for the page 404, are $6,686,225. So if he would have used the proper amounts, his adjustment and Washington Gas adjustments are very well aligned. Another interesting thing or odd thing about his testimony, he seems to have 14 months worth of costs included in his recommendation. I think it was just a mathematical problem with how his schedule was constructed. I think, let's see. There's, again, a similar claim that Mr. Ostrander makes about the testimony I provided with regard to fully amortized software. The purpose of that testimony is to offer to the commission something to consider on the treatment of circumstances when software comes to the end of its life. Certainly, I recognize that in the prior case, the commission has adopted a practice that said when software ends its useful life, it should be removed from the test year. My testimony was offered to say that there are circumstances, and I provided one as an example, where you have post-test year additions to software, and you need to consider that when assessing whether or not you should remove post-test year cost decreases if they're post-cost test year increases. Mr. Ostrander seems to claim that I'm accepting his adjustment and recommending the commission add my offset to it. It was only intended to provide evidence for the commission to consider. My adjustment is what it is, and it stands by it. That I think it should be, or his adjustment should be denied. I think the last item for him really relates to some of his testimony with regard to cash working capital. He criticizes my testimony for not providing appropriate documentation for some of the changes in the components of cash working capital. I point out that my testimony, particularly Exhibit RET-R5, has 85 pages of detailed computations for every cash working capital adjustment, and Schedule RET-R5 pages 1 through 3 provide a detailed calculation and application of each of those factors. In each of the prior rate cases, we prepare the same study and calculation. So I think, that there's plenty of information in the record that will allow one to conclude the reasons for those changes. And that's it for Mr. Ostrander.
Thank you. Second to last, was there any testimony you wanted to offer in rejoinder to the rebuttal testimony of OPC witness Meyer?
Yes, there's one. Certainly, in the testimony that I proposed earlier, Mr. Meyer pointed out that one of my numbers seems to be a change in position. That was one of the mistakes that I corrected. So, he is correct that was confusing as to what I was preparing in that. And so I think that with that change, that makes a whole lot more sense. The other part of that testimony is he's claiming that the commission uses bad debt expense when it sets the level of bad debt to apply to forward-looking rates. What the commission has done traditionally is look at net charge-offs. Net charge-offs are the difference between writing off an account and any recoveries you make on that. And the philosophy behind using a net charge-off is it's known and measurable. A bad debt expense is an estimate, and it's based on management's judgment. But the actual physical charge-off in the account is evidence that the company has foregone collection of that. And we've used a historical average of 5 years of net charge-offs to do that. So his assertion that some of the COVID relief funds that I charged to the income statement of the 409 account would make it into the company's pockets are incorrect, because going forward, rates are not set based on the expense amount. They're based on a net charge-off. So his theory, doesn't fly because of the way that the commission always assesses late payment fees. I was going to say something about the merger conditions, the difference between commitment 28 and commitment 44. A lot of testimony on that, certainly pending court cases on that. But I do think my rebuttal testimony demonstrates that, throughout multiple cases in the past, Washington Gas has delivered the amount of savings that they promised to the $800,000 a year, starting in December 11th, 2018, and continuing on to today, and will continue on until new rates are set in this case. So I don't think that there's anything that related to the COVID-19 deferral that needs to be adjusted. But certainly, once we hear what the ultimate court decision on what's the proper way to measure synergy savings in the case, we'll have a better idea of what to do with that item. That's it for Mr. Meyer.
And finally, did you have any testimony you wanted to offer in rejoinder to
Yeah.
OPC witness Mirzwa?
I do have one. Mr. Mirzwa discussed the company's new customer approval policy and some proposed tariff changes in that, and he indicated that he agreed with a position that I took in my testimony, that if in fact we shorten the lives that we consider appropriate for acceptance of a new customer, that the depreciation expense used in calculating that should also be shortened. And just for information for the record, if I look at what's currently on the books as of the test year in this case, Washington Gas has about $1.8 billion worth of unamortized plant, and we're amortizing that, or undepreciated plant, and we're amortizing that about $54 million a year. If in fact I had to accelerate all of my plant recovery through 2045, 21 years from now, that depreciation expense would have to go up by about $31 million. Now, and that's on a straight line basis. The problem with using a straight line calculation is that poor last customer that's around has to pay $31 million for the plant. So it's a challenge when we look at how we can balance the right answer for cost recovery in an environment where parties are saying we won't be providing service going forward. But I just wanted to provide some perspective as the magnitude of those dollars. That's it.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Before offering the witness for cross-examination, I do need to request that the direct testimony of Mr. Toranimi be marked as Company Exhibit 22.
So marked.
That his rebuttal testimony be marked as Company Exhibit 23, and that both be entered into the record.
Without objection, so admitted.
And I'll note too that both those items have both confidential and public versions. The confidential version of the direct testimony can be marked 22C, and the confidential version of the rebuttal testimony can be 23C.
Okay.
Mr. Toranimi is available for cross-examination.
Secan.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
My name is Susan Miller, and I represent Chesapeake Climate Action Network in this proceeding.
Nice to meet you, Susan.
Nice to meet you, too. And I just have a couple questions for you.
Sure.
Could you turn to page 56 of your direct testimony?
I am there.
At the top of this page, from lines 1 through 10, is where you talk about the treatment of AGA trade association dues. Is that correct?
I do.
Okay. And in line 4, you state that Maryland's, I assume, jurisdictional share of the AGA dues is 42.92%. Is that correct?
That's correct, yes.
Okay. Now, the remaining 57.08%, is that assigned essentially to DC and Virginia?
That's correct.
Okay. Now, DC does not permit recovery of trade association dues. Is that correct?
That's trade association dues, correct.
Okay.
Nor AGA dues.
Okay. Thank you. In DC,
Virginia allows
does.
both.
In DC, DC's jurisdictional share would be paid by the WGL shareholders. Is that correct?
That's correct. It's not recovered through rate, so yes, by default.
In line 7, you state that according to the AGA, 5.10% of its fees for 2022 related to lobbying expenses. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Does WGL just accept AGA's determination regarding the percentage of its fees related to lobbying expenses?
Yeah, my understanding is they send that out to all of their constituents, and I think it's widely used as the percentage when lobbying expenses are excluded by people who do that. I think when you look at their invoices, it's right on the face of the invoice, so obviously it's information that all of the participants in AGA find valuable.
Thank you. And so does WGL pay dues to any other trade associations or similar organizations?
Yeah, we do.
Do you know which ones they are?
I don't have that with me.
Okay.
My recollection is it's nowhere near as large as AGA, but I don't have a specific listing with me.
So you think however many trade associations you...
Yeah, some of them are local trade associations or chambers of commerce or organizations like that. I just don't have the detail with me.
Okay. That's all I have for you.
Okay.
Thank you.
OPC.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Chernimi. My name is Carolyn Elephant, and I'm with OPC. And I'm going to go ahead and ask you some questions. I actually wanted to start with that recent correction you made to the COVID numbers because I was actually the one who found it, and it kept me wondering for many hours. So
I apologize for that.
If you turn to your rebuttal testimony on page 55, I just want to clarify what you just corrected.
Yep.
So that 5,914,708 figure, is that the one that you just corrected in your, in your rejoinder testimony?
That's right.
But the $5,914,708 is in fact a customer, that number is in fact the amount of customer accounts receivable, isn't it?
It is the customer accounts receivable in total for the year. Has nothing to do with COVID. I think the question was the application of the $5.7 million.
Yes, but so what's been creating some problems for us in trying to figure out or follow these numbers is figuring out which accounts they're associated with. So when you substitute that 5.7 million number for that 5914708 number, are you saying that customer accounts are now $5.7 million? I mean, that's not accurate, is it?
No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying when we receive the funds from the government, the entry reported was a debit to cash of $5.7 million and a credit to customer account receivable, which is an asset. So I reduced customers' outstanding balances due to the company by $5.7 million. That's every dollar that I got from the state of Maryland went to reduce individual customer balances.
Right, and I understand that, and forgive me if there's any implication that, the company was taking money or doing anything funny. That's not the implication, but I am trying to figure out, since I've spent so much time in preparing the witnesses and trying to understand these numbers. Customer accounts receivable, that account 142101, is a technical accounting term, and if we look at your papers, or if we look at the, and I can turn to this in your exhibit, the $5,914,708 is the amount that's in your customer receivables. We can turn to, let's turn to your direct testimony, and let me show you.
That's not correct, but yeah, I'm glad we're going there.
Yes. And I know this because I was searching for this number, so 5.9. I'll tell you which page it's on for. and I'm sorry, this is a little bumpy, but I didn't know that you were going to talk about this. So I'm at one of the, this is RET4, page 2 of 41. You have Maryland uncollected expenses. And when we look at the line for per books uncollectible gas accounts expenses, we have that 5,914,708. 5 million. So,
Counsel, my apologies. Could you give me the page number in the exhibit again?
oh, I'm so sorry. So this is the exhibit to Mr. Chernumi's direct testimony. It is exhibit RET-4, and under it says Schedule B, and I'm guessing it's page 2 because it follows the page that's labeled as page 1.
Thank you.
And I'm looking, it's line number 6,
That's right.
where I see that 5,914,708.
And if I could ask you to either sit closer to the mic or pour the mic
Leaning
closer
back,
to
sorry.
you. So,
Yeah. Yes, on line 6.
So is that the line that you applied the $5.7 million to?
No.
Or?
This is expense. This is an income statement account. This is account 904. So perhaps I can help you. When Washington Gas bills a customer, the initial entry that they book is, sorry if I use accounting terms, but they record a receivable from the customer for the amount and a revenue. And when we received the COVID funds, we reduced the balance sheet, the receivable, by that $5.7 million. This amount here is an income statement amount. This is our estimate of what, for all of the sales during the year, that would not be paid by customers. So we make an assumption. And in Maryland, it's about 1%. About 1% of all customer bills we don't collect on an annual basis. So this is a per book expense. The COVID funds were applied to the balance sheet, the receivable.
Yes, and I understand that. I'm just trying to figure out with the correction that you just made. You just changed the $5,914,708 that you have associated with customer accounts receivable to $5.7 million, whatever
right.
that number is. And I'm asking, if you're changing that number, don't you need to change the number in RET-1, page 2?
No. This is what's on the books. It's an expense, it's an income statement amount. I inadvertently put that number in my testimony. My testimony always should have said 5.7 because the 5.7 are the dollars I got from the government that I applied against the receivable. This is the income statement. Perhaps I can help clarify for you. The $500,000 that OPC asserts we benefit from, that in fact did go against this account here, because again, income statement versus balance sheet. And I apologize if I'm being technical, but this number does not change. This is a book expense number. The other is a balance sheet number.
So you're saying this customer accounts receivable line on page 55 is not a balance number, it's a book expense?
Not on 55. The original one was just an error.
But what, I guess I'm really just trying to figure out what the error was. You changed the number, but you
The
didn't
number
change-
was, the number on page 55
Yes.
was not a balance sheet account. It was not the amount in the balance sheet.
Okay.
It should have been. I put the amount on the income statement. So all I'm just saying is that number was incorrect.
Okay, is the description of the account, customer accounts receivable, account 142101, still the correct
Yes, it is.
description to which you assign that $5.7 million?
Yes.
Okay. And then when you go down the page where I guess you use the, well, I guess the 5.7 million is not further, oh, there it is. Here, down here, you call the 5725-169 number reserved for bad debts account. So you call it something differently or assigned it to a different, that's on page, it's page 56. You say the COVID regulatory, this is page 56, line 15, I'm sorry, line 14, you have the credit account reserved for bad debts and account 144101. So it looks like you're assigning it or labeling it or associating it with two different accounts. And like I said, accounting is not my forte.
Yeah.
I wish I had the benefit of my expert here.
So,
I'm just trying to figure out
I
why
appreciate
all these numbers
it.
are different.
It's complicated. You have to pay attention to the signs, the debits and credits. As I said, during the year, we estimate what we think uncollectible accounts are going to be. That entry is a debit to expense, the 904 account, and a credit to the reserve for bad debts, this 144 account. So one is charging the income statement for our estimate of the bad debt, and the other is saying, I'm setting up a reserve against the account receivable on the balance sheet. Then what happened here is after I applied the funds to the customer account, which is in the 142, that reserve for bad debt, I don't need anymore. So I reversed it. But I reversed it to the COVID deferral because that's where it was recorded in the first place. And I apologize. It is a complicated accounting transaction, but you need to understand any account that starts with a 1 is a balance sheet account. Anything, an asset account, any account that starts with a 2 is a liability account, and anything that starts with a 7, 8, or 9 is an income statement account. And in my presentation, all the debits have no bracket, and all the credits have a bracket. So I know accounting is difficult to explain in terms of words, but yeah, basically, you know, we had estimated that we would incur bad debts. We recorded that on the books. We then recorded a portion of monies for the COVID deferral because we thought some of those bad debts we would get recovered from the government. We got the monies from the government, and so we reversed that amount because I didn't need it anymore.
Right. And again, I understand all of that. My only point is that it seemed to me that you were randomly changing that $5,914,708 to the $5.7 million, even though in your exhibit, RET-4, page 2, that same number is associated with customer accounts receivable. So it seems to me that there's a mismatch, but I'm not going to belabor this point. It's really just, it's a side point. As you know, our expert disputed how you accounted for the
Right.
500,000, and we're just going to rest on his testimony.
To belabor a point that's probably gone on too far.
Yeah.
The amount that I corrected was just wrong, but the portion that you're referring to in RET4 is an income statement account. I am changing balance sheet accounts on this, so they are two different, and one's called a receivable, the other is called the allowance for bad debt. So the words are important, and you're conflating two different things.
Gas accounts expense. Just wait, I'm just comparing it. Okay. So, all right. Anyway, let's move on to, do you recall also in Mr. Meyer's testimony, he identified approximately $1.5 million in late fees that had been suspended, that he recommends should be disallowed?
I do.
Okay, and he argued that those fees can't be recovered under the civil penalty order because that order prohibited Washington Gas from collecting late fees until it corrects serious customer service violations. Is that right?
I'd have to take a look. I don't remember it that way. My recollection is that it disallowed us from charging late payment fees until those matters were corrected, and then we began charging late payment fees at that point. I don't recall there was any conversation about collecting late payment fees, but I'd have to review the order just to make sure that I am correct on that.
Okay. Did you read? You must have read witness Meyer's rebuttal testimony, right?
I did.
And so, do you remember that he pointed out that the penalty order 90018 allowed for the commission to consider disallowing late fees in subsequent rate orders?
I recall that, yes.
Okay. Okay, so this is similar to one of the questions you were asked before. You testified that Washington Gas paid a total of $633,476 in dues to the American Gas Association in 2022.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, and Maryland's share you said was $271,865.
That's right.
Okay. And you testified that 5.1% or $13,865 was attributable to lobbying. Is that right?
That's correct, according to AGA, yes.
Okay, so you're saying that the remaining $258,000 payment to the American Gas Association is not a lobbying expense, and so it's a benefit to and you've recognized that remaining $258,000 as a benefit to ratepayers and included it in the rates.
Yeah,
Is that
consistent
right?
with the treatment that the commission has used in Washington Gas's prior rate cases, yes.
So, do you believe that shareholders, so is it your position that shareholders don't receive any benefit from that $258,000 worth of membership, and that is it your position that only ratepayers benefit from those membership dues paid to AGA, and not shareholders at all?
I'm trying to determine what you mean by benefit.
Well, you
The
testified-
benefit I get is being allowed to charge customers a rate, and including in that rate is the recovery of a cost. So I can't discern what sort of benefit shareholders get from the including of a cost in rates that are recovered from customers. So I can't agree that there is some benefit to shareholders for participation in AGA.
Can you describe what benefits ratepayers receive from WGL's
Yeah,
membership in the American Gas Association
Sure.
dues?
I am not, familiar with all of the activities at AGA. I am not, I don't sponsor that membership, but certainly when you look at AGA's website, there's many activities that they support, regard to efficient use of natural gas and gas supply matters, things like that. So I can't quantify, but knowing the nature of the activities that I've seen they perform, I think the efficient use of gas is a benefit to customers.
Isn't the use of gas also a benefit to shareholders?
To the extent that we're, well, let me think about that. Certainly, Washington Gas's profitability or net income is its ability to earn a return on its invested capital and recover its operating expenses. And if that's all aligned, Washington Gas will earn its authorized return. So when I think about the benefit, it's a concept from a regulatory accounting perspective that I can't reconcile that there's benefit for incurring expenses, but to the extent that expenses are not recovered, I can certainly see a detriment to shareholders because they don't earn their return. So I don't think it's a converse. The converse argument works for me.
Doesn't AGA provide advocacy efforts on behalf of the industry that are separate and not classified as lobbying expenses?
That's beyond the knowledge of my knowledge of exactly what they do.
Didn't you say in your testimony that you consulted with the AGA to determine
No,
what kind of
I
activities?
did not consult with the AGA.
Well, okay, just wait. Then how did you determine that 5.10% of the AGA dues should be eliminated?
It's on their invoice and it's included in the work papers for my support for the adjustment. If you look at Exhibit 5 in my testimony, you'll see the invoices is there. It's communicated right there. I looked at the invoice. I can give you that reference if you would like.
No, that's okay.
It's Exhibit RET6, adjustment number 30, page 5 of 5. And you will see in the middle of that page, there's an important IRS required notice. The IRS is required requires AGA to tell all of its members the dollar amount of lobbying expenses because lobbying expenses are not tax deductible, and that's where I got that information.
Okay. If some of AGA dues went to advocacy measures that were separate from lobbying efforts, would your testimony on whether those advocacy measures could be included in rates, or that those measures could be excluded from rates change?
I don't think so. I'm simply removing lobbying expenses because that's the directive that I'm familiar with that the commission has reflected in the past. I don't recall that the Maryland Commission has required us to make any other adjustments.
Okay. So for promotional advertising, you just corrected your testimony to say that it was witness Musgrove.
That's right.
Talking about promotional advertising.
That's
would
right.
she be the person who would be best equipped to discuss whether advertising is promotional or informational?
Yes, she would.
Okay, and you relied on her testimony in arriving at your conclusions as to whether advertising is promotional or informational and included in the rates.
That's right, and the treatment that the commission has allowed us in prior rate cases, they have concluded that we have demonstrated in probably the last 5 or 6 Maryland rate cases that we had demonstrated to them that there was benefit for that promotional advertising and it was appropriate to include those costs in the cost of service in this case.
Well, since you raised the issue of previous commission cases, do you know that the promotional advertising that was submitted, the nature of the promotional advertising that was presented in those cases is identical to what you're seeking recovery for here?
I don't, and I don't know what the position that the other parties took. Certainly, I know that the commission determined in our cases that our advertising and our presentation of the value was sufficient to convince them that it should be allowed in our cases. I'm not judging or concluding what the commission decided in any other proceeding, basing it on our facts and circumstances.
Right, but the facts and circumstances in those cases may have been different from the facts and circumstances in this case. That's my only
They
question.
certainly could be.
Okay. All right. You just talked a little bit about merger costs, so I wanted to ask you about that. You start in your direct testimony at page 45. You discuss merger commitment 44. Is that right?
Yes.
And let's just look at the second sentence of merger commitment 44, which says that Washington Gas will amortize the transition costs over 5 years and will not seek recovery in rate proceedings over those 5 years of any amortized transition costs or corporate costs allocated from Alta Gas to Washington Gas in excess of merger-related savings. Is that, and that's the first part of that second sentence. Do you agree with that, what I just read?
I do.
That it says that? Okay, now the merger in this case closed on July 6, 2018. Is that correct?
Yes.
And Washington Gas began amortizing transition costs at that time. Is that correct?
That's
July
correct.
6th. And 5 years from July 6, 2018 is July 6, 2023. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And this rate case was filed May 18th, 2023. Is that correct?
It was.
And so in this rate case that was filed May 18th, 2023, you in fact are seeking recovery of amortized costs in excess of savings within the 5-year period. Is that correct?
I am not.
Is it your testimony that merger savings are included in this rate?
Yes.
Now, didn't you say earlier in your testimony that because the rate didn't take effect until December 14th, 2023, that you weren't required to abide by the merger savings commitment requirement, that it had been satisfied?
I'm saying that when rates were changed in December 11th of 2018, Washington Gas delivered $800,000 worth of savings to customers. And ever since then, rates have had $800,000 or more of savings embedded in the cost of service. That cost of service will remain into effect until new rates go into effect in this case, which is likely to happen around the 14th or 15th of December. So Washington Gas satisfied the commitment by delivering the required $400 million worth of synergy savings through reductions in, through savings reflected in the cost of service over that period. I don't have to make an adjustment because when the new rates go into effect, then the commission, the merger commitment 44 has expired at that point, and the customers have received the entire $4 million. In fact, they're going to get 4 or 5 days of extra amount on that. So that's my opinion. I'm an accountant, but I certainly know that if I demonstrated that the test year didn't have savings sufficient, I would have to reduce the test year. But at the end of the day, I don't have to give anything back to customers because the commitment to refund the amounts stops on the 11th of December 2023. So if I did a calculation, I'd have to remove it anyway. So because I'm setting rates going forward, and customers have received their entire entitlement of the $4 million, I don't owe them anything else.
But that interpretation is different from what we just read, where it says that under merger commitment 44, that Washington Gas shall not seek recovery in rate proceedings over those 5 years of any amortized transition costs. So is it your testimony that Washington Gas in this rate proceeding is seeking recovery of costs that are in excess, merger costs that are in excess of savings?
No,
I'm going to have to object. The preamble to that question presumed a legal conclusion, and I think the second part of the question is calling for a legal conclusion.
Well, sustain.
Okay. Let me just see. Did you present any testimony? Now, in your rebuttal testimony, you talked about some of the savings in that resulted from the merger in some of these prior merger cases. Do you recall that?
I do.
Now, you didn't give that same analysis in this case. You didn't present any evidence of savings in this rate proceeding, did you? That's in the record?
No, because customers are getting savings in the test year, because in the last rate case, the commission deemed that we were delivering actually in excess of $800,000. So if it's in the test year, they're receiving it. And then going forward, the commitment has ended. So no, I did not, because there's nothing, I'm not asking for cost recovery. I'm not asking or transition cost recovery, and the rates that customers are currently paying receive synergy savings benefits.
Through the effective date of
When new rates will go into effect in this case.
so they're really, for the duration of rates in this case, they will no longer be receiving those savings?
No, they're going to pay the costs of service, because the commitment when Washington Gas negotiated with this party, and I was involved in that whole conversation, helped define the calculations here, was we will guarantee $4 million, and we have delivered on that $4 million. I can appreciate, when I look at the merger commitments, some of them are really challenging from a wording perspective, and you have to look at them very carefully. But if you look at the combination of Mr. Zervik's testimony in the rate case and how it's been treated in each of the rate cases after that, we ensured that we delivered the $4 million of savings, which is calculated as inbound costs, net of synergies, and net of transition costs. And that's my testimony here.
And so where are those savings documented in this case?
The old where have you documented savings?
Well, we are developing
Yeah.
a record.
I'm sorry. That was a little bit glib, and I apologize for that. Accountants can't track what we don't spend. So the documentation of where did you save money is something that the accounting records don't capture. But when we, in each of the last rate cases, we provided testimony that showed here are specific positions that were eliminated. Here are specific costs, board fees. Here are specific insurance costs that were eliminated. Here are specific efficiencies in capital improvement and capital management that we delivered. And that's how we demonstrated that there are savings. But we have had in multiple rate cases is to show me where on the books your savings are. And I can't show you on the books where I didn't spend something. But I can show you that I didn't pay for, these 3 executives, or I didn't pay for this vice president, or I didn't pay board fees of this amount. I paid board fees of that amount. But I can't show you because it's a differential. But that information is completely relevant and provided in the prior cases.
Well, didn't OPC witness Meyer manage to show what the merger savings were? He proposed a disallowance of $8.1 million.
Yeah, good question. He used the side-by-side, which is commitment 28. And that's certainly the issue that's up for it's being litigated in the appeal is the side-by-side informational schedule, separate part of the merger commitments, the right way to calculate synergies. I contend, and I believe that the commission in the last case agreed with us, that that adjustment 44 or commitment 44 is the defining factor. I disagree with Mr. Meyer that you should use adjustment 28 because it was a reporting mechanism and it doesn't have any of the synergies quantified. It's just a comparative of, back, pre 2 years prior to the merger, here's what your organization looked like, and here's, after a passage of now 7 years, what costs look like. It was informational only. It was not intended to require Washington Gas to deliver savings, and that's why the savings part of it was in a separate merger commitment. And that's how we intended those two when we defined them in the merger proceeding.
So now, as you pointed out, ultimately the Maryland Supreme Court is going to make a decision on how that works. Is that right?
Yeah. Sorry.
I'm going to
Okay.
object on this to this continued line of questioning. As OPC is well aware, these specific issues regarding the interpretation of Merger Commitment 44 are currently and actively being litigated before the Maryland Supreme Court, to which, in that case, OPC is the petitioner.
Well, I'm at the end of the questioning, but the reason I brought it up to begin with was to show that there is evidence in the record of merger savings from the OPC witness. Mr. Turnimi said that it's difficult to, I guess the upshot is difficult to prove a negative. You can't show where there hasn't been money spent. And the reason that he was questioned about OPC witnesses, Meyer's rebuttal was to show that there is currently evidence in the record of at least one opinion of what the merger savings should be. But I don't have any further questions on the topic.
Okay.
So, okay, so let's move on. And your testimony, as you know, covered a lot of turf. That's why I'm kind of jumping back and forth between topics. So I appreciate your patience with that. Now, you opposed OPC witness Colin Fitzhenry's 26 disallowances for STRIDE projects. Is that right? And that would be on page 46, lines 4 to 5 of your rebuttal testimony, I think. Let me see if that's the rebuttal.
That's correct.
Okay. And you said, I think on 46, line 4 to 5, when you were asked if witness Fitzhenry had shown that any of the company's decisions related to those projects were imprudent, you responded that all of the projects were part of the commission-approved STRIDE project list, correct?
I don't think you read the question exactly correct, but that our decision to pursuing the projects was imprudent. And my response was pursuing the projects was not imprudent because they were commission approved projects.
Now, Mr. Fitzhenry didn't take issue with Washington Gas approving the projects, did he? That's not the basis of his disallowance for imprudence, is it? The fact that Washington Gas pursued the projects?
No.
The basis for his disallowance is that Washington Gas imprudently executed the projects. Isn't that correct?
That's his assertion, yes.
Okay. So are you suggesting in your testimony that the commission does not have the ability to review the Washington Gas's prudence in executing STRIDE-related projects?
I'm not.
Okay. Okay. Now, you recall that OPC witness Meyer recommended disallowing costs associated with portions of projects that the commission never reviewed for prudence in docket case 9651.
Can you give me a reference to my testimony?
Yeah, let me, just asking, yeah, let me see what we, oh, okay, yeah. Okay, it's on page 48,
Thank you.
I believe, where it's discussed. And so, so you acknowledge in there that OPC witness Meyer proposes to remove approximately 6.7 million or 6.8 million of capital expenditures from cost 9651. Is that right?
Right, that was also part of the legal appeal
Okay.
of that case.
Okay. And are you also pointed out some errors in Mr. Meyer's calculations, is that right?
I did, yes.
And are you aware that he's made those, some of those corrections?
I am.
Okay. We'll discuss those when he's on the stand. Okay. I wanted to now talk about the test year issues that had come up. So I think in your rejoinder testimony here, you just mentioned that, well, let me just ask you this. Your proposed rates include costs for stride projects that are outside the test year period. Is that right?
That's correct. Actual spending now through August of 2023.
Right. So just to get the background on this, when you initially testified on direct, your proposed cost inclusion for stride projects included forecasts for the post-test year period.
Yes, through August, yes.
And those have since been updated, is that
Yes,
right?
they've been actualized.
Okay. Now, OPC witness Meyer criticized your inclusion of costs outside the test year period. Is that right?
That's correct.
And do you recall that one of the arguments he made was that if you include costs outside of the historic test year period, whether they're actual or not, it just creates a mismatch in other aspects of the rate? Because you're including some costs outside of the test year and including some costs in, and so it leads to a mismatch. Do you remember that?
I remember that testimony of his, yes.
Now, you didn't respond to that particular argument, did you?
I did not, other than saying if I didn't provide specific testimony, it didn't mean that I accepted an argument.
So your inclusion of post-test year costs then is largely based on what has happened in previous cases, is that right?
Yes, that's correct, where the commission determined that as it related to post-test year safety-related plants, that there was a compelling reason from a safety perspective to include those amounts subsequent to the test year based on the premise that those replacement plants don't generate new revenues, you're not adding new customers, and so as I read their conclusions, that they thought those were balanced and were not imbalanced as OPC's witness says.
And in those cases, didn't the commission, for example, in one case, find that there were acute safety problems that justified that post-test year treatment?
They did.
Did you present any evidence of acute safety problems here that would justify treating the safety-related costs outside of the test year, the historic test year period?
I did not, but certainly I understand that, replacing leaky pipe and risky leaky pipe is a safety issue. And I'm not certain if I agree with your characterization of acute, but certainly we did have some leak issues historically, which I think we're doing substantially better than that now.
Now, Mr. Meyer also argued against including costs outside the historic test year period when they relate to stride. Do you recall him making an argument that post-test year costs are even less appropriate for stride projects because they're already paid for through a surcharge?
But I reduced the surcharge, but yeah, they certainly, certainly are currently being collected through the surcharge. We're proposing to move those out of the surcharge and into base rates.
Couldn't the company do the same thing by just holding another rate case down the line?
No. Well, let me say, one of the aspects of the stride surcharge is that the incremental amounts that we can charge to customers are limited to $2 per customer per month. When costs accumulate in the surcharge, at a certain point, they need to either be transferred to base rates or the company stops, or the company's ability to build those projects stops. In this case, one of the reasons we're moving things out of the stride surcharge is to free up the ability to add the incremental projects to the surcharge going forward. Certainly, if they don't get recovered in base rates, they can stay in the surcharge and they'll get recovered there. However, when one looks at the cap that's placed on residential customers' accounts, it would take a whole year to get new rates into place. So then the customer is not recovering the stride surcharge amounts through the surcharge going forward. So it's important to continuously make that transfer, or then the effectiveness of the surcharge is diminished substantially because of that cap.
But on the other hand, doesn't that incentivize Washington Gas to just spend faster so that they can roll those costs into the rate more quickly?
No, because you have to file a base rate case.
And I'll lodge an objection to the characterization of the stride lot. The statute speaks for itself. It's quite clear. The purpose is to accelerate pipe replacement by allowing a stride surcharge.
Witness answered the question already, so that's that. Okay, let's move on. Now, in your, and I admit my notes here are a little sketchy, you just did a rejoinder to Mr. Mirswa's testimony about the line extension policy.
Yes.
And if you wouldn't mind, if you could just, so I'm just relying on my notes, if you could just briefly summarize what your rejoinder was to that.
Yeah.
I'm not sure I got it down correctly.
Right. So, Mr. Mirswa was responding to my criticism in rebuttal, where I said that if in fact the line extension policy used a shorter life for determining the present value of the benefit of adding new customers, that the depreciation rate should be shortened to be aligned with that useful life. And so what my rejoinder was is just to provide some perspective if in fact and that was all sort of in the context of the state's mandate to be the initiatives to discontinue natural gas through 2045. My testimony was just to demonstrate that it's important when you're either reducing lives or considering consumption reductions, those all have very significant revenue requirement impacts. And doing those sort of piecemeal while adjusting a new business acceptance model, you need to make sure you've got all of the pieces in alignment. And so I did a quantification that said basically if Washington Gas needed to recover all of its existing net rate base by 2045, the depreciation rates would have to be accelerated from a sort of usually a typically 33-year period to a 21-year period, and that would have a substantial increase in the revenue requirement in this case. The whole purpose was to demonstrate that you can't do these things in isolation. And it's a difficult question to figure out how we can accomplish this. Doing it piecemeal in a base rate case, I think, is a real challenge.
Now, Mr. Mirsaw's testimony regarding the line extension policy is, I guess, and this is maybe a simplified summary of the line extension policy, but essentially Washington Gas does some sort of net present value calculation of a forecasted 30-year use on the line, and if it finds that the net present value of expected revenues over the 30-year period exceed the costs, then a customer will be added to the line. The customer will be added and the line will be extended. Is that how it works?
Sorry, I'm going to have to ask you to repeat that. I thought you were going in one direction, and I think I might have misheard. So if you wouldn't mind.
Well, do you know how the line extension policy works?
I know it in generally. I don't do those calculations, but yes, I am familiar. It is a net present value calculation that looks at the cost outflow for adding a customer. So knowing that you might have to add, a service line and a meter and all of those additions to the customer to get the gas to their premise. And you also look at the revenues that customer will generate over a 30-year time period. And then you take those revenues and those costs and you present value them to today's dollars. And then you compare that, and if that's a positive net present value, then we will accept the customer and not require a contribution. If in fact it's not a positive net present value, we still will accept the customer if they provide incremental funds to make that net present value zero or positive. So it's to ensure that adding a new customer doesn't burden existing customers, so the new customer pays for their incremental costs to be added to the system.
So if the line extension policy was modified, as Mr. Mirswa suggests, to either an 8-year, I think one of his suggestions was about an 8-year calculation out, wouldn't that just have the effect of making it more expensive to add customers, which in turn might deter additional construction of gas lines?
Yeah, it really depends on the nature of the customer, but certainly a shorter revenue period could affect the net present value. When I look at net present value calculations, when you get out beyond a certain number of years, the incremental years don't have much of benefit on the net present value. But to the extent that everything else being equal, if you're measuring fewer revenues coming in, then the customer who wants service, because it's being measured at a level that the new business acceptance model says is not adequate, will have to make a contribution. So it will be more expensive for that customer, sort of everything else being equal, because each customer is evaluated individually. But if I had a customer, I evaluated them today at 30 years, and I evaluated them at a 10-year NPV, the net present value would go down. That is factually correct.
Okay. Now, you made a point throughout your testimony that many of your proposed adjustments were consistent with precedent. For example, the post-test year adjustment, the lobbying costs, the maintaining the current line policy. Well, maybe that wasn't one that you relied on for precedent, but generally speaking, you, throughout your testimony, cited to past precedent to support many of your adjustments. Is that
I
fair to
did,
say?
yeah.
Now, since the last rate case was case 9651 in 2021, is that right?
That's right.
And since that time, Maryland has enacted climate legislation, which, among other things, encourages electrification of buildings and promotes and advances other policies that focus more on electrification and moving customers off gas. Are you aware of that legislation?
I am.
Objection as to the characterization of the Climate Solutions Now Act.
I guess I don't understand your objection.
We would disagree, at the very least for the record, that the Climate Solutions Now Act explicitly encourages customers to get off gas, to use council's words.
I'm just summarizing kind of the blurbs that you see about it everywhere. It's not, it's just a general summary of the legislation. But that wasn't the point of my question.
Okay, well, if you could
anyway.
just ask the question then, so.
Okay. So, do you believe that in light of this new legislation coming on the heels of the last gas case, that is reason for the commission to perhaps reconsider many of its precedents given this new legislation?
Not generally, no. I mean, I think what I've done what I'm doing in the cost of service in this case is presenting the current level of costs that I will be charging customers on the system when those rates go into effect. Certainly going forward, usage may change. Policies may make it more expensive to put gas in. I can't contemplate tomorrow what's going to happen. But all I have is that the current precedent allows for those things. If the commission deems that that needs to change, Washington Gas will have to consider whether or not it will continue spending monies in the areas that the commission may not allow going forward. But I can't speculate on that until there's something definitive that tells me here's where we're going and here's the proper way this cost recovery is going to be reflected in base rate cases.
Okay. I don't have any further questions.
AOBA,
No questions, Your Honor.
GSA. Montgomery County. Let's see, Prince George's County.
No questions, Your Honor. Thank you.
Maryland Energy Administration.
No questions, Your Honor.
Staff.
In light of your live rejoinder, staff has no questions. Thank you.
Redirect.
Just very quickly, Mr. Torniemi, when you were speaking about
Your pronunciation is technically correct if I lived in Finland where my ancestors were, but we've Americanized it.
Thank
so
you, thank you,
I do
Mr.
appreciate it.
Thank you, Mr.
It's not
Torniemi.
unfamiliar to me.
Thank you, sir. You at one point when you were describing merger commitment 44, I think you referenced that it addressed a $400 million amount over 5 years.
Yeah,
Is that
$4
correct?
million, sorry.
It's
$4 million.
$4 million. Thank you. That's
Sorry.
That's it. Thank you.
Questions from the commissioners. Commissioner Schlesman.
Okay, so I don't speak Finnish, so I'm going to struggle through your first name. But Mr. Torniemi?
That's good.
Okay. And that may be the last time I'll just refer to
I
you as
will
witness.
share a couple of anecdotes, if you don't mind. I have been called on the stand here, Mr. Witness. I have been called Mr. Bob T. I've been called Mr. T. So anything that you use, I'm happy to respond to.
Okay, so you've set a low bar for me. Okay. In answering OPC Council's questions, you were talking about the fact that you would still be able to recover STRIDE projects, but
That's right.
but that you'd prefer to put the STRIDE projects into rate base at this point. How close are you to the $2 cap?
If we're not there already, it's pretty close. I can probably get an answer.
That
to
actually would be helpful. So I'm assuming
we have
that-
people in the room here that probably can get that to you almost immediately if
Okay.
you allow us a break.
Okay,
We can
but I'm assuming that's some of the motivation
Yeah,
in
it's
moving
imminent.
the projects is because you're looking at a cap and you'd like to reset the cap.
Yeah, it's imminent. Yes.
Okay. So I'm going to ask you some questions based on testimony of both OPC and staff witnesses, and just sort of ask you to respond to some of the claims that or arguments that they're making. First, having to do this is from OPC witness Ostrander's testimony, his direct, and page 16. And you don't need his testimony. I can just read it.
I'm familiar with most.
Okay, so he's making a claim that for each of the successive years between 2018 and 2022, there's been a steady jump in the amount of quit balances each year, and that it's really gone up significantly for purposes of the current rate case. And I wonder if you can explain the reason for the trend.
Yeah, a good bit of it, relates to the STRIDE program. If you think about, each year or each time we've asked to extend the program, it's also expanded in size, so that just the natural movement of expanding the STRIDE program means that you've got more money that's, been, the work has either not started or not been completed or not been moved into rates. The other thing is, price inflation, supplies, materials, the availability of resources also is going up. We have also had several very large transmission projects, one here in Maryland and one in Virginia. Those projects serve the entire Washington Gas service territory. Those projects are, individually, 50 to 100 to 125 million dollars. Those don't happen regularly. To have to add transmission pipe happens, this is my estimation, once every 10 or 15 years. So we've got a convergence of transmission additions or transmission replacements that we haven't seen in the past. So that's another reason. And transmission projects take, as you would probably suspect, a whole lot longer to complete.
Right.
They're big.
Okay, so if we could just focus on the STRIDE aspect of it.
Yeah.
So you do have STRIDE and QUIP.
That's right.
Okay, and is it because so this would be the STRIDE projects you cannot put in rate base yet?
Well, so let's talk about both the surcharge and then my.
Well, that was going to be my follow-up. Is
So
how do they
the
all relate?
The surcharge was based on cash outlay. So they said, if you spent money to replace this at-risk pipe, we're going to allow you to, do a calculation that gives you cost recovery of that. If that plant is anticipated to be placed in service during the annual surcharge amount, compute depreciation on it, and anything that's still in construction, you can put in rate base and earn a return on it. So the STRIDE surcharge says it's based on cash outflow, and you record depreciation expense when you've moved into service. The surcharge is based on an estimate because we don't know what we're going to spend during the year, and then as we incur the actual charges, we have the annual reconciliation files that trues those estimates up to actual spending. Mm-hmm. That's STRIDE. When we come to the rate case, our preference is to draw a line in the sand that says everything as of a given date, I'm going to remove from the surcharge and move it over into base rates. Some of it's completed plant, some of it's construction work in progress. We're just moving it over to rate base because in this case, for recovery through base rates, because the commission has always allowed completed plant and construction work in progress to go into base rates, because that work is done and they allow a return on stride. So it's just simply taking the amounts in those components and moving them to recovery through the other surcharge.
Okay, but you're not, I'm trying to actually understand then what's not placed in service can't go into rate base. So that's going to go into QUIP.
But QUIP is a component of rate base, so it doesn't go into completed plant.
Okay.
But if you look at the components of rate base are completed plant, construction work in progress,
Okay. Right.
depreciation, deferred taxes.
Right, but that's, I'm trying to get an explanation of why QUIP has been consistently growing. And what you're saying is some aspect of QUIP is stride.
That's right.
That's not placed in service yet.
That's right.
Okay. Mr. Fitzhenry also had a statement about the fact that there's been a pretty significant increase in distribution plant additions in 2022. You talked about needing to put in new transmission pipes, but what's the explanation for this big jump up? He said 4.5 times greater. So what's the explanation for that big jump up?
Yeah, and I'm apologizing for getting a little bit accounting technical.
Oh yeah, please. I love
you
when
love it.
people talk accounting.
And addition, by definition, is a capital expenditure that is placed in service.
Okay.
So those are all completed projects that we've done. If it's a capital expenditure that's not placed in service, it just sits in construction work in progress. And addition goes into plant and service when the project is finalized. So, as it relates to those transmission projects, they sit in construction work in progress. It might be a 5-year project. When it gets completed, that whole amount gets included in that year as an addition. So it's an accumulation of spending over multiple years that got completed in a current period. So if you looked at the capital expenditures, meaning the cash outflow over that same period of time, it would show a much less of an increase over time. It's just the anomaly of we had a large number of projects completed more recently, and they were multiple year projects.
Okay. There was a little bit of discussion in OPC witness Meyer's testimony about the use of an end of test year as opposed to a 13-month average. And what he claims is that by using this end of test year balance, it's going to be $53.5 million higher than the 13-month average. So can you explain why well, first, are you proposing the use of this end of test year balance?
For stride and for the post-test year safety amounts, I am proposing to move the test year amounts from an average to an end of period, and then going forward, any of the future amounts to do the same.
And but only for stride, and for non-stride?
That's right.
Are you
Everything else,
still,
everything else is a 13-month historical
okay,
average.
so explain why there's this disparity in approach.
So so 13-month averages, I take the monthly balances, for, say, for January 1st, January 31st, and add up 13 balances and come up with a 13-month average. When I'm having to move stride dollars from the surcharge into base rates, if I have to move a 13-month average balance in, I've got 13 different amounts for each project that I need to keep track of when I move it into base rates. How to help you with the technical part of it. So it's to make certain that when we're transferring amounts, there's a good cutoff, because a 13-month average, if I'm forecasting something going forward, it's really, I have to keep track of how much I spent on that project each month forever for 13 months. And so the whole purpose of moving to an end of period is I've got a good cutoff, and because there are no other implications that are misaligned, no revenues that are missing, no expenses that are missing, I've got an end of year rate base, I've got an end of year depreciation amount, I've got an end of year deferred taxes. In my opinion, everything is aligned in that circumstance.
Well, the issue, though, is, and that makes perfect sense, as much as I can understand accounting, which is a little more than I understand Finnish, but you still end up with this $53.5 million difference than if you used a 13-month average, and the consequence of that is that's going to result in higher rates for customers.
That's correct. It's as of now, as of today, or say as of December 31, 2022, I spent that end of period amount. That money is, I am having to finance that from that day going forward. So if I align that, put in rate base, get recovery of the financing expenses, everything is aligned.
But you're also spending non-stride money now that you're not going to be able to recover because it's not stride. Is that, I mean, you could be doing lots of projects now.
Yeah.
You're not going to be able to recover that because you're using a historical test year.
That's right.
Okay.
Yeah, and, we are, we have one jurisdiction, Maryland, who in rate cases moves everything to end of period.
Right.
And then they also require us to update customer usage to end of period. And because, you're adding customers over the course of the year, and so everything gets moved forward. And so those are basically, the two theories. Is the
Okay.
average
Okay, so I have one more question to ask, and let's see how long it takes for you to figure this one out, because I can't figure this out. And I'm referring to staff testimony.
Okay.
And they have an issue with plant additions, and believe that you haven't given them the information that they need to be able to assess whether they were prudently spent, the money was prudently spent. And so they're asking for us to disallow $45.2 million, which is a significant amount. So I'm assuming you don't agree with that? Okay. So can you explain to me why they have an issue?
Yeah, I will try. We had many internal conversations about what we thought the staff was asking. We got a number of early data requests asking for us to quantify all of the projects that made up our rate increase. And our rate increase is not the cost of individual projects. It's a combination of here's my revenues, here's my costs, here's my return on rate base. So I can't come up with, it's these 15 items. So we went to try to figure out, well, how can I help staff? So we then said, okay, if I look at what was in rates in the last rate case and in rates in this rate case, here's the magnitude of the difference. And that was $120 million worth of capital expenditures. The challenge is, from the test year of March of 2020 till now, do we have to provide detail on every single project that we have incurred, or is there some presumption that if it's in service and serving customers, that there's some level of prudence? I think it's impossible.
I don't think you can presume prudence.
Yeah.
I mean, I think, and I'm not trying to
And
be
that's-
glib.
that's fair.
And so, in order for them to do their prudency analysis, they've said, in their direct and rebuttal and surrebuttal testimony, that they don't have the data to make the to do the analysis, and therefore they're recommending that we disallow. That's a lot of money
Yeah,
to
and
disallow.
I agree. From my perspective, we attempted many times to try to help narrow what the focus is. Do you want me to provide cost detail on hundreds of thousands of entries? Can I give you a listing of things and select things? Help us understand how, between you and us, we can get you information that helps you do that assessment. And
Well, I could just tell you personally, because obviously we're still in the middle of a rate case, I can't make a determination about whether it was a prudent spend or not. If we have staff saying, we can't tell you if it's prudent because we don't have the data. And it's not, it'd be one thing if it's like $45,000, and then we could just, sort of figure out. But this is $45 million, and that's a lot of money. And it just seems to me that there has to be a path forward, because, I don't know that we have the testimony to be able to make a determination. And I'm not sure where the other commissioners are on this, but I can just tell you, I mean, the testimony is not there for us to be able to do a prudency review of this. So I'm not sure how you move forward on this, but I'm troubled.
yeah, I think that we certainly have witnesses coming up who are much more familiar with the customer or the construction programs and the data we've provided, and I think that's a great follow-up with them as to how they believe they provided what information that
Well,
staff.
maybe tomorrow's WGL witnesses can help me to
There's a
better
great group of
understand
people
this,
to
and
ask.
maybe can help staff to better understand the prudency issue here. Okay, that's all I have. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I suspect Commissioner O'Donnell has questions, and I don't want to interrupt his time. Tomorrow, we will be filing a motion to strike. Staff witness testify sur rebuttal in part, and we will present an alternate perspective following on Mr. Turnimi's description of how we have tried to meet staff's needs. We will also include in that motion, I don't know the exact year, but at least a 20-year-old commission precedent on how a party can present a position on disallowance on the claim it has not been given sufficient information. And I'm happy to describe it now, but I just want to let you know that A, we are going to be filing that. B, because we're working remotely, we had formatting and other challenges for our pleading, so we're going to try to get that on file as quickly as we can tomorrow morning. But suffice to say, we have a different view of this issue than staff. We think what we've done, we've bent over backwards to try to meet their needs, and we don't think it's appropriate for staff to have reached the conclusion they cannot make a prudence determination based on commission precedent.
Okay, I guess we'll see what we'll see. Commissioner O'Donnell.
By my leave, Mr. Dodge, I have no questions, Mr. Chairman.
All right.
Thank you, Commissioner.
So, coming full circle, all the way back to AGA dues.
Sure.
When you were being crossed by CCAN and OPC, there were some questions about the work that AGA does, that's advocacy work for the natural gas industry and its members. And it was your view that this type of work benefited customers, and so therefore this portion of the AGA due should be included in rates and paid by ratepayers. Given the fact that there's now, arguments at the national level and in a number of states by groups that are openly questioning the role of natural gas and the natural gas industry going forward and making arguments that it ought to be lessened because of environmental concerns. The advocacy work by AGA, I'm assuming rebutting that argument and trying to present the argument that natural gas continues to have a significant role in the energy system for the country. Is it still your view that that type of advocacy work is of a benefit to customers as opposed to shareholders of the company?
Again, as a regulatory accountant, and mostly my opinion, to the extent that arguments about cost of alternatives and transitioning from one model to another and allowing a wider group of people to understand how, if that is the ultimate goal, the transition will work and what has to happen in a broader sense as to how to get the grid modernized and to get the alternate electric resources available and to retrofit all of the homes. I think it's benefiting customers to have a full picture of the costs.
Okay, good enough then. All right, so with that, we will be back here tomorrow at 10 o'clock.
We do have one last, I don't know if it's dramatic or not, but one last update. For 2023, the company is at the stride cap of $2 in Maryland, and we will be obviously for the rest of the year.
Okay, thank you very much.
I just have a question about the proceedings for tomorrow. I don't know if we need to do this on the record or not. In terms of scheduling witnesses, our witnesses had been coming on Thursday, and I don't know what the schedule is going to be like for tomorrow.
Well, I guess we're going to be for sure finishing up the company.
Right.
And
Your Honor, for MEA, we're hoping to have Paul testify, Director Pinsky testify tomorrow. He's not available on Thursday, and I don't know if we'd make it.
right, yeah. No, I understand that part. And
Your Honor, I think we all agreed, we said this morning that Tim Oliver would go first. After that, the company has 7 witnesses. So I had hoped to have Mr. Oliver appear on Thursday. If that's all right with the commission, I would like to maintain that. And then MEA witness can appear tomorrow.
Mr. Bruce Oliver.
Oh, I'm sorry.
yeah,
Okay.
yeah, we have to keep our Oliver straight here. So, all right, so we'll start at 10 o'clock and we'll figure out where we're going from there. So.